All right, everybody can hear you.
Cyberpunk Uncensored.
Hey.
Lucky people.
Excited for today's game, man.
Well, fingers crossed I live up to that expectation.
All right, everybody can see you and hear you. What is up, everybody?
Hey, people. Welcome to the final game of Choombas Season 1 on Cyberpunk Uncensored. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully this will be a nice, fun session in return for your viewership. Previously on Choombas, we had many different adventures. Our team have grown, our team have got closer, had arguments, had people brought back from the brink of death, and they've gotten fairly, let's not say rich, but fairly comfortable doing it, and made their own interesting choices along the way. Last time round, they were deciding to save the immortal soul of their landlady slash fixer, Mrs. Hahn, who objected to her brother's actions. Her brother had tried to not only take down her business through violent means by crashing her night market with a bunch of hired thugs, but also to either kidnap or eliminate his own daughter, who has upset his plans by not wanting to be part of the family business. So he decided that he needed to remove her from play. After the team stopped that action, Mrs. Hahn was not in a conciliatory mood, so she had set them the task of bringing her brother's head. The team had, well, some of them had moral issues with this. Some of them were all in favour of some straight up clinical wet work. But there were discussions anyway. And there was also the matter of Sally, the niece in question, who really didn't want her father's blood on her hands. So she took some of the team aside and asked them if they could quietly make arrangements to have her father taken out of the picture without having him killed. This they did. They infiltrated his social media, they infiltrated his personal accounts, and they were looking for damning information they could use to maybe blackmail him or get him ousted as the head of his crime organization. What they found was that good old Mr. Youngray Hahn has a quite storied history as a scaly. People who enjoy dressing up as various reptilian creatures, or in his case, as it turned out, a velociraptor. So, enlisting the help of some unwitting members of the local scaly community, they infiltrated a high-end private event at which Mr. Hahn was going to be relatively unprotected because he was keeping his personal habits very close to the chest. They took him down with amazing ease because it's a good job that I only ever run games and don't play them, because otherwise the dice would murder me. When I'm representing the NPCs, that's absolutely fine. It wouldn't work for a player character. So yeah, they took down this velociraptor come 60, 70-year-old man quite easily, bundled him into an overlarge wheeled toolbox, from there into the back of a van, there into a nomad trunk, there off to some container ship to parts unknown and not to be seen again in Night City for months at the least, during which time they're fairly confident his businesses will have been picked clean by his rivals and he'll never be able to return.
Not before he was castrated with a oxyacetylene torch in the back of the van. Don't
Can't
forget that
forget
part.
that.
Yes, yeah. There was that as well. Some personal vengeance for his less than nice habits and treatment of other people. So that is where we left off. There was a little intermission of a couple of days of stony silence between Team and Mrs. Hahn until she begrudgingly admitted, I think it may have been via text message even, that maybe they and her niece had been in the right and they'd made the right decision when her blood was up and had stopped her from making a horrible mistake. So they were all duly forgiven and also paid, which is always the nice part of it. So that is where our story is going to pick up.
Did you say we were paid?
Oh yes,
I
you will
love
get.
hearing that.
Yeah, you are going to get paid. There was never a discrete discussion about exact monetary figures. You were just told it would be made very worth your while.
I mean, yeah, Mrs.
So
Hahn. Well, I mean, I honestly, Mrs. Hahn told us if we killed him, then we'd be, uh, you know, getting a payday. But we had decided that's not really our thing, and so I thought we weren't going to get anything from her. But so anything would actually be a bonus. This is really more for Sally and then the best interests of Mrs. Hahn that we did it. But
well, Juliet is magnanimous and likes to keep the right people on side. Once she's calmed down a little and let her anger settle and sense reign. So yes, there is a payday coming your way. I know some of you had spent up all your cash going shopping at the night markets or the midnight markets. So yeah, you'll be able to recover some of those funds. And before we get going, we will, of course, have the usual announcements. So just to make sure everybody knows, this is being streamed on the Cyberpunk Uncensored channel, for which we are ever grateful, both to Rob, who organizes the channel, and all the many, many sponsors, Roll20, Sirenscape, R.Talsorian Games, all the various sponsors, Lion Banner Games, Fragged Maps. I really need a list, but every one of them you can find links to them in the awesome and very active Discord. You can also find links to them on the Cyberpunk Uncensored webpage. Everything all links in all through our various social media pages. And there is so much content that's on there. It's ridiculous. You can find games to play in. You can find players if you need people to run a game for. You can find free resources of all types. We're talking maps, we're talking rules discussions, we're talking all sorts of handy character sheets, quick reference sheets, tokens and elements that you can use within virtual tabletop environments. There is a lot going on there. There's far too much to list. But yeah, it's worth definitely checking those out. And while we're in the discussion of the game, we will point out that Cyberpunk is not a nice world. So we do play people living in a bad place. They encounter people who do bad things and sometimes do arguably less than good things themselves as well. Morally ambiguous things. There we go. I can live with that term. So yes, there will be unpleasant things. We don't tend to do anything graphic on screen, but there may be discussions of people who do things which are very unwholesome, and we do not endorse that behavior. These people will be, if they're doing those sort of things, they are by definition villains and may well become some of the team's targets. but we don't endorse their behavior. But if that sort of thing might upset you, we will not be offended at all if at the mention of it you choose to maybe tune out of that particular episode. You'll also note, as we have been for a couple of weeks now, we are somewhat light on players because we had a bit of a hiatus where we were having clashing schedules, so we were missing some of our players. So what we've been doing over the past couple of weeks is we put the call out for more players. So Lock and Hijack here will be completing season 1 today. This is our finale. And then season 2 will begin with a session 0 next week. So we're not having a break in between, but we will be adding in some new players to be announced later. We have taken applications. There were many, many to sort through, which is always good to see. If people want to join the game, we hope that's a good sign. So we'll be announcing those at the end of the stream, and someone's probably going to have to prod me because I'm an old man and my brain doesn't work anymore, and make sure that I don't forget and sign off without actually announcing the people. So yeah, we will be getting new players, and these players may be, it'll be in their court as to whether they want to continue with these characters into season 2, or whether they'll be bringing in fresh ones. So that remains to be seen. I think that's about everything I have to say. So, do we want to do quick introductions to who you are and who your character is? And then we will jump right in. Hijack, who are you? What do you do?
Hey y'all, my name is Hijack, Jedi the Grey on Discord. My character is our resident netrunner who, let's just say he likes to party. I think that's a nice way of putting it.
There's a reason his name's spelled that way. Yeah. Okay, cool. Locke, who are you? What do you do? And who's your character?
So Locke is a tech who is relatively new to Night City, although has been very busy the last 6 months or so. He is from Hong Kong, from the Ghost City. He operated there before the plague, and recently has been doing some operations within that dead zone. So he ended up in Night City for unknown reasons, and he is currently he's been contacted by one of his old reps, and so he's looking for, not old reps, but one of his old employers, and is looking forward to today's session. So that's me.
Cool. Right. So you all wake up. It is another day in Night City. The body count is rising because it never stops. There's the sound of birds chirping. Oh no, wait, that's gunfire in the streets. There's the odd traffic collision. General mayhem pretty much everywhere. You have noticed that recently the stories on the news, the various news channels often take their own angles with things, but there's definitely been a sort of upsurge in violence in the city, and there are starting to be questions about the efficacy of NCPD and whether they are really handling the situation, or whether the city's long-standing contract should be being put out to tender. Now,
I've been
obviously,
saying for years.
You mean the
obviously,
contract for the police?
indeed, NCPD is a separate corporate entity. If they can't do the job, people are saying, well, why isn't anyone putting together a competing offer? And certain, corporate zones are upscaling their own security, not relying so much on NCPD. Who knows? Now, it could entirely be that these various news channels are owned by corporations themselves, and maybe these corporations are considering pushing forward their own bids for these things. But that's just been a background. There's also a minor news story about a particular uptick in violence in certain areas of Little Europe and also Old Japantown, where it seems that some of the various Asian origin gangs have been picking up their activities over the past half a week or so. Nobody really knows why. There's a lot of conflict going on, but a lot of it seems to be large-scale posturing rather than necessarily outright violence. So there may be large armed gangs facing off against one another, but often situations seem to be devolving. While there are a few out-and-out combats, situations seem to be generally devolving into one side backs down or the other. So who knows what's going on there? Some form of power struggle. No one could put a finger on the cause. No one could certainly blame anybody for it. So that's the news you wake up to, and you also just without really thinking, you just notice on your agent that there's a little blinking message light because you receive so many messages that it's good to have your agent's AI prioritize things, and something's popped up which is high priority. You scroll through, check it, and it links to a little message saying that your balance has increased by 1,800 eddies, which have been placed there from an unknown account.
I'll take it.
Nice.
Well, it is there in your accounts for when you want it. There is absolutely no way that you have immediately to trace it back to a particular source, but you probably have an idea where it may have come from. Feel free to investigate should you wish. You go on about your day. You've had a busy few weeks. There was a lot of activity. You guys were pushing to do as many jobs as you could in the run up to Mrs. Hahn's night market. And then some of you made some hefty purchases there and wanted to keep your bank balances in the black. So there was a lot of activity. Now I don't know whether you'll be keeping up that pace or whether you're looking to take a few days off. But maybe you've had a quiet couple of days. Certainly, Mrs. Hahn hadn't paid you, hadn't passed you any particular jobs in the recent, shall we say, standoff period, while she was deciding whether or not she appreciated you taking her morality into your own hands. But now everything's cool there. You're sure it is. Not seen it today, but it must be good. You had that message, and you seem to have gotten paid, so it's all fine. Then you get a further message, and this is around 6 a.m. So whether you guys would actually be up and around at this time is entirely down to your characters. But yeah, you get another message shortly after the one mentioning that payday, saying, and this is from Mrs. Hahn, saying, common room, 20 minutes, rush job, good money on the table. Details to follow.
So did I already
And
get my
that's all
other?
it says.
Did I get the other message I had in my agent, Panda?
Yes, that other message was last night. So, but it was the late hours of last night, so probably around midnight. So this is only like a 6-hour gap. See that?
Okay. So I'll
So
I'll head down to see what she's up to.
cool.
Yeah, I think Hijack is probably out cold right now.
Fair enough. And as he's coming past, knowing your habits, Heil, who seems to be, he's the solo of the group and seems to be, to put it delicately, maybe one of the more financially oriented of the group. Everyone needs cash, but maybe he's willing to do a bit more for it. So knowing your habits, thunders on the door, just bam, 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 bam.
Oh, what the fuck's going on?
Check your
Hello?
messages and out here in 5 geek.
Okay. What? He's just gonna groggily like fumble around the stand next to him for his agent. Kind of like stare at it. It's a little too bright for him. So it takes him a moment to adjust, but then he finally sees. Groans and gets up.
Cool. So by the time that Hijack drags himself out to the common room, everyone else has already assembled. So alongside Locke and Hijack, there's also the other members of their team. They have their medic, Plague, or Black Plague, with his personal assistant, sort of now,
No,
adoptive lodger,
no,
Little
don't say
Timmy.
it. Oh god damn it.
So yeah,
Hey
he's
Timmy,
there.
how you doing today? I haven't seen you in a
Oh,
while.
I'm all right, Governor. How are you?
Doing all right. How are those legs treating you?
Oh, I'm happy as a pig in shit, sir. Happy as a pig in shit.
Surprised you still got them. Honestly, I thought they'd get cut off within the first week. I had a bet going, but they're still. It looks like they're still
Oh
attached.
no, sir. Well, I spend most of my time now with Mr. Plague, and he looks after me. And I don't leave the building a lot. I help out in the clinic.
Hmm.
The clinic is Plague's 1-bedroom apartment, the same as the rest of you have, which it's most of it is converted to essentially serve as a makeshift walk-in clinic, and there's no other bed in there, so you're pretty sure the place that he does any required surgery is also where he sleeps, which is a little creepy if in some people's opinion, but just common sense in Night City.
Sounds
Make
like
use of
Plague.
your real estate. uh, and you've got Heil, who is the no nonsense solo, generally very reticent. He's stood there. He's already got his like armor jack on and his pride and joy, his brand new assault rifle, slung on the front, just in case you need to get out the door at a moment's notice. He's ready to go. And you have the sort of slouched at one end of a sofa is the nomad Slavo, who's recently been out of the apartment complex a bit more. You get the feeling that with the deal that you recently did with his, not exactly former, still his nomad pack, but who he was on the outs with for reasons unspecified in public anyway. He's now on better terms with them since you worked together, and that meant some business being put their way. So he may have mended some bridges there, which is an unusually mature step for some of this group. Burning bridges absolutely in their MO. Building them almost unheard of. So you guys are gathered there. And Mrs. Hahn walks down the corridor with a man in a light grey suit, relatively slim but in an athletic fashion. Dark glasses, of course, mirrored so you can't see his eyes because why wouldn't they be? Tie and everything looks really out of place in your building. Walks down and stands by Mrs. Hahn. This seems to be her common way of introducing prospective employers. Well, boys, after your last excursion, for which I am grateful, first time you've heard that, I've gone out and found you a nice, juicy piece of work, but you need to get your shit together fast. This is Mr. Jones. He will remain Mr. Jones. You do not know anything about him. You do not need to know anything else about him. He will give you the information that you require and nothing more. This job will pay, but that limitation of information is part of the reason for the pay. Over to you. The guy introduced as Jones, who almost certainly isn't Jones, steps forward. He's a man of, you would say, probably European origin. Blonde hair in a crew cut. Looks very no nonsense. You can see the shape of it. There must be a decent sized pistol or possibly submachine gun under that jacket. But the jacket does have one button done up. So while he's armed and decently armed, he's not in a I need to be ready to draw it at any second mode. Steps forward. Okay. So use a lot of the people I've been told about, yeah. So you're who's who? So I'm gonna go around. He gives that vacant stare of someone looking off at their agent screen within their eyes, and he goes down the list. Yeah, Smith. Who's Smith?
That would be our solo. And I'm gonna kind of nod.
How do you indicate this to him?
Well, I was gonna say that out loud, and I'm gonna nod
Oh, right,
over
yeah.
to Scrag, and I'll say this is Templeton, and I'll point over at Hijack. Mad Murdoch is over there on the couch. That's our nomad, and you can call me Bosco.
All right, and so that makes you Pierce, yeah?
And I'll
Nodding
nod over
towards
to
Plague.
Plague. Yep.
Well,
And I'll kind of glance over at Juliet.
oh no, she is fully. There is no change in expression. It's like she absolutely expected this. Um, and for those who haven't been watching, those are in no way the group's names. But it seems that both Mrs. Hahn and Locke fully expected this.
Yeah, I would say that the only thing that's kind of not giving Hijack away right now is the fact he's wearing goggles and covering up his face with a mask. Cause he's like hella fucking confused right
Mm.
Nothing to be confused by, surely. Yeah, he looks around and goes, okay. Never heard of you fucking people, I'll be honest, but that's exactly why we're hiring for you. Yeah. Hard says that you're competent, take her word for it, and the fact that I've not heard of you is a good sign. Needs to stay that way, okay? Whatever happens today, discretion is the order of the day. We pay good, but everything we do, anything you see, you forget about it. Fucking take a pill, have a drink at the end of the day, whatever, wake up tomorrow, this never happened. Understood?
Nods.
Sounds good.
All right. So, we have an asset that we need to secure. Quick time. We've been looking for this for a period, and recently new information has come to light to pin it down for us. We have reason to believe that others also have access to the same information that we do. We think somebody has been a fucking chatterbox. So, you go in fast, you get the materials, you get out of there, you do not look at what you picked up, you do not ask questions about it, you do not investigate it, do not investigate me. We will provide certain specialist equipment required to retrieve this. If stuff takes a hit in the course of business, that's fine. If it goes missing, then its cost will be deducted from your pay. Your pay is 2.5k a piece, or let's call it 12.5 for the team. So if anyone doesn't make it back, you still get their share. See, I'm generous. All sound good so far. Can we say yes, Mr. Jones?
Depends on where we're going. I haven't heard much details yet.
Fucking people. You're going into the hot zone. We know you don't have gear for that. We will provide it. We will provide top-end gear. As I said, it is to be returned, or if it happens to go missing in the course of operations, that's fine, but it gets deducted from your pay. Happy?
Sounds good so far.
Very good. Okay. The area you are going to is a small electronics research company, or it was once upon a time. Now it's a fucking smoking crater. But while most of the building was taken down in the Arasaka blast, they have multiple basement levels. This company hasn't been the focus because their applications weren't military or anything exciting like that. They haven't been the focus of much recovery work in the past. However, recent uncovery of certain patent applications suggests they have a working model of something very, very interesting in that basement of theirs. And we want it. What you are looking for will be a case, according to the specifications, no bigger than 2 feet by 1.5 feet and approximately 8 to 10 inches deep. This case should weigh no more than 40 pounds. Easily, I'm sure, even even you, and he looks over to Plague, even you can manage that, Missy. You will not try to open this case. You won't be able to anyway. But you will make no attempts to investigate its contents. The contents themselves are not dangerous. I know you're going to ask this. So there is nothing explosive. They are not chemically, biologically dangerous. It is a piece of tech that you're recovering. Anything else so far?
Hijack will just nod no.
Okay. Now,
this
unfortunately, this tidbit of information was uncovered due to someone who considers themselves a bit of a local historian. So, while not everyone may realize its significance, these documents have gone out on the local net. We've jumped on them and we have tried to slow their spread as much as possible. Fortunately, it's some boring PhD student blog on life before the blast. But we're certain there will be others with their eyes on the prize who've realized the potential of what has been uncovered. This is why the high price tag for a single day's work. Your job is to get there, get it, get out. This was a mid-tier electronics company. We are not talking high-grade security there, but you may face opposition.
Hmm.
This is the mission. You need to be aware. I'm sure that your doctor friend will tell you, but the hot zone is not a nice place. We will provide suitable outerwear. I recommend you stay in it. I recommend you do not take many rounds should you get into a firefight, because, well, we can only do so much. So you stay in it, you're fine. For the period you're going in, this will easily withstand it. You start taking rounds, then the time that it will protect you decreases rapidly.
will you outfit us with a sealed vehicle?
I don't think that's necessary. It can potentially be arranged. You need to know that will slow down the time scale somewhat. If you think it's necessary, say now, give me a moment, and I will give you an estimate so you can make that judgment call.
Um, I'm gonna look over at Hijack. You ever been to the hot zone?
Hijack is gonna be doing kind of the Snake Eyes from GI Joe thing of where he's just like acting like he doesn't talk, so he'll just he'll just shake his head no.
Well, just in case we run into any snags, it might be a good idea to actually, you know what? I got somebody that can probably help us out.
Well, while you two have been talking, he's actually just sort of done his zone out face again, where you can tell he's probably communicating over his agents internally. Snaps back into the room and says, "Sorry, I was bored. So yeah, I can have a sealed vehicle here in 30 to 40 minutes. That's it."
Yeah, why
Hijack's
don't you
gonna give
send
a
it?
thumbs up.
I'm gonna nod.
Okay. Is there anything that you want to discuss? Negotiations are not an option. The price is the price.
What's
But
the
is there
extract point?
anything you need before you go?
Where are we bringing this object once we get it?
Fair question. We, as standard, would pick up from here, but uh, given the nature and the fact that you'll be picking up a secure vehicle, we can arrange you to drop that vehicle at a set location. And he looks over to Hijack. Here you go, nerd boy, and makes a sort of flick motion, and you get a little notification in your agent that you've just been sent some map coordinates, which leads to a rental garage complex not too far outside the hot zone. You can just leave the item and the equipment that you're loaned in the vehicle. Our people will be there to secure it, and you'll be paid immediately on receipt.
Hijack's just gonna look over at Locke and just kind of give him a nod, and he'll transfer the same files over to him and transfer them to everyone else as well, just so we've all got it.
Mm-hmm. You share the information around, and it seems like essentially a lot of the stuff that you're this you don't have to make any rules for this. You get the impression this operation is being put together very, very much on the fly. So every time you ask for something, if they've not already got it, he's just using money to make it happen. So it's literally a commercial garage rental facility, which he seems to have just gone online and booked whatever services they're going to get and arranged for a team to be there.
Do you have a photograph or any kind of description of this item that we're supposed to be picking up? Obviously, I don't need to know what the contents or what it is, just what it looks like. There could be a lot of, you know, different boxes, servers, computers,
If
anything that can fit that description.
if we have agreement that the operation is going ahead, then I can provide those details.
And do you have blueprints or anything like that of the building where you believe this device is? And do you have any recon about
Unfortunately, not.
entrances? So you just want us to go in there and try to find this object that you're going to have a description of in this building somewhere. Is that correct?
Yeah. What we know is that the object that we want you to retrieve was on the third sub-basement level, which is the next to lowest level in that building. We don't have much information about it. I'll be frank about the building itself, because it was never a high priority. This was not a company that dealt in anything particularly interesting to those of us who specialize in the retrieval of such artifacts. But now that a certain item has come to light, which crosses over with our interests, now we will we need it fast, and I apologize that we're not as well prepared as we usually would be.
Well, if you don't
Time is
have
of the essence.
that information, probably nobody else does either. So, maybe we can. Can you give us at least the name of what the building was, the company, that kind of information? Maybe we can dig up some stuff while we're waiting for the car to show up.
Again, I can do this once we have an agreement that the mission is going forward.
Yeah, Alpha Team will take the job.
Hijack's just gonna cough a little when he hears Alpha Team.
Yeah. Okay, so I will presume that you all, like get on your agents and sort of agree silently so that you can give a unified front. So nods his assent. Very well. So the box that you are looking for, well, case, is made of mild steel, and it should be painted black, but who knows how long it's been down there and what sort of paint was used. So it may have gone back down to the metal. It should be marked with a plaque, which denotes it as Project 1337. So you can't really go wrong. As I said, it's on the third sub-basement level, next to bottom level in there. And it was originally housed, we know, in one of their archive drawers. Now, that entire level should be simply row upon row of ordered, numbered archive drawers. It was for projects not put into production, prototypes, which they kept around for who knows why nerds do things. But we're lucky that they did. So everything should simply be in order. I'm led to believe, from the limited information that we had, that if there's any sort of lock on these drawers, it will be literally something that you could pull apart with your hands. It's not an issue. We do not expect automated security systems in there. This was not that sort of company. Anything else?
I'm gonna need a way to contact you in case shit goes sideways.
Reaches into a small sort of messenger bag he's got at its side and throws a really relatively high-end, actually, model agent to each of you. Use these. After the mission, they won't work anymore.
So he's actually physically here. I thought he was like that we're looking at TV or something.
No, he's
okay.
Yep, he's in front of you, stood next to Mrs. Hart. You can contact me through there. Should you need anything at short notice, then you can reach out and I will see what I can do.
Well, this is throws a pickle. Then I'll nod.
Oh, by the way, Locke, right now you get another message pops up. You've now linked your other communications device that you have to your own agent. Did that a while back, and a message pops up saying, "I can offer 6K at this point." And I believe you should know what it refers to.
And I'm gonna say, we were supposed to remain it. Can I respond or anything, or am I not able to? Like,
if you've got an internal agent, then you can do. Or if you're anything like I was in high school and are capable of texting in your pocket, then you can do that.
yeah, let me just kind of run my fingers over and just put in that we were supposed to remain anonymous. This isn't quite as anonymous as I'd like to be with him standing right here in front of me in Mrs. Hahn's lobby office.
Yeah, you know there's a delay on those communications, so
All right.
you know,
Yeah, 20
it
minutes
could
or
be a
so, I
couple of
think.
minutes,
Yeah.
could be 20, 30. It just depends on what happens. So you don't get anything back immediately from that. You do know the person that sent it, so you know that this is probably the closest they could do to anonymous.
All right. So, okay. So I'll just kind of, focus back on the conversation at hand.
So Jones is now looking around at you expectantly. So I'm not hearing any more questions. So my question would be: we have an agreement, yes? Do you not have things you need to do?
See, just say it sounds good. Yeah, let's get busy. If you excuse us, we got to discuss some things with amongst ourselves for a moment, and I'll kind of put my head over towards Mrs. Hahn and kind of nod my head back towards the back room.
Hijack's
Okay.
just gonna hop up and follow along.
So just to be clear, have you guys accepted the job yet or not? I believe you have, but if I want to make sure my understanding of it is clear.
I mean, that's what we said. I guess I thought this was like a hologram dude in front of us or a TV screen. I didn't realize he was physically here. So that's where I was confused a little bit.
No, no, that's absolutely fine. Just I'm making sure before I make the wrong assumption and act on something incorrectly. So he nods and starts to walk out and says, "You've got my details. If you need me, I will be overseeing things as much as possible under these less than perfect situations."
As I'm walking to the back room, I'll put in my device if they can get us a decoy prototype that we can make a switch with, whatever this is supposed to be, and I'll put that into the message.
Yeah, you send that message off.
Yeah.
That's fine. Again, it will be a time before you get a response.
So we get in the back room. Do we have everybody there?
Yeah, you gather, and you know you have privacy here. Mrs. Hahn values her privacy.
Including Mrs. Hahn. She's there too.
Mm-hmm. Well, she will have come along depending on what you motioned. Basically, you will have made it clear whether you want her there or not. You
Yeah.
tell me.
Well, yeah. So once we get in the back room, I'll kind of say, "All right, let's take a seat just for a second, guys. We gotta discuss something here." So I haven't really talked much about how I ended up in Night City. And I like showed up here about 6 to 8 months ago or so. Fell in with Mrs. Hahn here, doing some side jobs. I was actually looking to put a team together for an undisclosed mission at an undisclosed time. And I just received a message last night that the mission was activated. That we'd have to retrieve something. I didn't have any details, only that I wanted to provide aliases so that this wouldn't get traced back to my team. And I'm going to kind of nod towards Hijack and even you, Mrs. Hahn. And cued me off to uh, this being that mission when they refer to us under our aliases. Now, I intended to exclude you from this completely, Mrs. Han, so nothing got tracked back to you. But this guy showed up in the office. So I trust you, but we're in a little bit of a pickle now. I don't really have intentions of returning this device to them. I've been hired by somebody else and been hired by somebody else for several months to retrieve this very item.
Juliet looks across at you and says, "Well, as you no doubt saw, I had been advised in advance of the names you would be using for this mission. Let's just say it seems that we have an acquaintance in common. And given what you recently did for me, I chose to trust that you can be trusted to, whatever happens here, make sure it looks right. Now, I can absolutely, this is a job put together at a minute's notice. My reputation can take the hit of being in charge of a failed mission. What it can't take is being held responsible for a double cross. So just make sure whatever you do, I would rather not know about it, but if it comes to it and you need my help, tell me, because I can't have my business take that kind of impact. But it's your call what you do. I trust the person who gave me this tip off about this job being up for grabs, and I trust you guys.
Well,
But leave me out of it as much as possible.
We can. I'll try my best. They're providing us with a vehicle. I'm gonna look over at Plague and say, can you give us some cadavers from biotech? We need them fast.
I mean, I can see what I can do. It's short notice, man. I will see what I can get. So give me specifics. Exactly what do you need? Because if I leave the room to go get it, I'm not going to be able to, replace things if I come back with the wrong stuff.
I need a few bodies. My intention is that they'll be burned beyond all recognition. So, you know, particular vital organs and things. If they're missing a couple, I don't think they'll be noticed. But my plan is to torch the van with our bodies inside of it to make it look like this is a failed job. And so I need a couple bodies at least to have in there. And I think the rest of us who get lost along the way, if we could at least get a couple people, that'd be good. But I need something in that
Timmy
van.
jumps in at this point with, "Oh well, sir. If you'd have said, then that's easily done. I mean, in the last week alone, then Mr. Plague must have had what, at least 3 clients die on the table. Isn't that right?" And Plague is shooting daggers at Timmy, who suddenly, I mean, he's a very good doctor. Uh, and he looks down at his palm and turns it over, and he's clearly got notes there. He's like, "There were external factors and mitigating circumstances, and the ethics of the surgeon were beyond reproach." And stares glassy-eyed ahead.
Well, sounds like We might have that covered then. Are they at the warehouse or did you already dispose of them? I'm assuming that's where you've been. I mean, I don't think you have a bunch of bodies in your dorm room.
Oh yes, sir. What do you think the chest freezer's for?
Oh God, I'm just like,
And Plague again looks at him and he goes, "No, I mean, as instructed, I've been getting rid of them on a nightly basis. Not that this happens often enough for us to need a regular plan for body disposal. Um, what? I, I'll be back in a bit. Three good for you?
Can Tim? At this point, Hijack's like rubbing his temple. Can you also grab some coffee, please? It's so fucking early.
Yes, I will be back with corpses and coffee.
None of that
Yes,
synth shit either. You know I hate that. Thanks, man. I
Oh,
appreciate it.
okay. I will run out and get some proper coffee.
You're a
um,
lad. You're a real lad.
gosh, okay. So this is what I'm thinking then. Maybe I'm not sure, Hijack. Maybe you can find some blueprints to this area. Um,
First, what the fuck was this name you gave me? Mad, Mad Mickelson, Mad, Mad Mayhem. What was it?
you're Templeton.
I'm Templeton. Okay,
That's right.
I guess I look more like a Templeton.
Yeah,
Um,
Mad Dog Murdoch over there is Salvo.
okay. Man, I'm sorry. I'm still a little tired. This is just kind of early for me. Okay, so
I would have
blueprints, right?
loved to give you a little bit of warning if I could have, but I had no idea
No,
this was
it's
happening
fine.
now. As soon as I
It's
walked
fine.
in,
Job's a job, man. I'll be all right.
and
What's wrong with the blueprints we got now, though? But
oh, did he give us some? Sorry, maybe I missed that,
yeah,
Panda.
yeah. Check your agent. I think I sent it to you. Maybe I didn't send. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired.
Yeah, you don't have building blueprints. You do have a location for the building, and you have a location for the drop-off point as well.
So hijack, he's kind of tired, so he's just real confused about what Locke is kind of asking for. He's just like, is that those files? That's not what you're looking for.
No, this will be good here. Sorry, I just got a lot going on up here at the
Okay,
moment, trying to think how we're gonna pull this off.
no worries,
Uh,
no worries.
so what I'm thinking, we can get in, get the item, uh, get out, simulate some kind of a firefight, torch the van with the bodies in it, with some sort of container box, something like that, and then use a different vehicle to get out. That way, we can hopefully protect Mrs. Han's reputation. You know, she hired some runners with the that botched the job, got killed in the process. You know, maybe the item was stolen. Who knows? It died, and then hopefully we can get away with what we need. And I got a guy who can probably do the driving for us and pick us up. But we'll torch the van that they give us. I'm assuming it probably has some kind of tracking device or something loaded into it anyway.
Oh, almost undoubtedly.
Um, what do you think, Hijack?
I mean, I like that plan. Seems pretty elegant. I mean, first and foremost, what are we expecting in terms of people looking for us? I mean, we're going into the hot zone, and I didn't think there was a whole lot of people who were hanging out in that place.
Well, I don't know. I've never been there, but if this guy is willing to pay us 12,000 eddies to get in there, it must be something of value.
I
Supposedly
mean,
the
I
word's out, so I'm thinking we might
I
run into some other teams.
I've heard, I've been here for a little while. I've heard of teams who go into the hot zones and kind of do what we do, extract, you know, pre-bomb tech and shit like that for money. It's just like, we be expecting another group of edge runners, or are we expecting some kind of corpo uh interest here?
Um, I would think it could easily be both. I think we're gonna have, given also what I know about uh, my employer, could definitely be corpo, and then other
What?
edge runners who
Well, I guess then what corpse are we thinking might be sniffing around this? Because
Arasaka.
if there's one, well, yeah, I mean, I assumed Taka, but usually when one corpse got nose in the air, a couple others follow suit.
Yeah, I don't know specifically. I would just guess Arasaka and maybe Miltech, but we. I mean, I haven't really heard anything specifically. I'm just trying to put pieces together from. I mean, honestly, I haven't heard anything about this outside of what you guys have heard yourself. Um, this is my employer is the same one that took that AI off our hands, and if she wants this, I'm guessing it has must be something important. And that AI we got from another military organization that was looking at changing police into some kind of advanced drone, um, basically RoboCop. So I'm not really sure what could be happening here, but I can hazard a guess that you were going in fast and hot. The way the word is spread on this piece, it's going to be we could definitely run into some opposition. I think we should just try to get in and out as quick as we can. I don't really see
Yeah,
another
that.
option here.
I mean, yeah, yeah. Kind of assumed that was the plan. I'm just kind of knowing who might be following our tails after this. Something I kind of wanted to figure out because I,
I'm
I,
gonna
I've said
I'm
this
gonna
a couple
say
times, man. There's a couple corps out there who don't really like me. Shenanigans. Feeling those kind of fires aren't really good, but I don't think any of them are going to be involved here. That's one worry off my shoulders.
I'm gonna say if I'll give you a free hint if you want to, then you're pretty good on the net, and there was mentioned that this information has come about because of some publicly available information put out in someone's blog. So if they're not
Yes.
stamping on that effectively,
Who
maybe you
is
can see what that information is and get more of a clue as to who might be interested in it.
Ah,
right,
I
and who's trying
totally
to
misheard because I thought that had been shut down. So yes, let us. I'm gonna hijack. Will just be like, I'll look into this blog post the guy mentioned if I can find anything. I'm gonna need a little bit to wake up though.
Yeah, you can either do that. You can do that one of two ways. You can either go an agent search and just try and see, what's out there generally, and um, sorry, it's library search, isn't it? I always get it wrong because your agent gives you a bonus to library search.
Yeah, I think he would do
Yeah,
just a casual search on his agent real quick, knowing he's not like near uh net terminal to where he could be accessing this. So he's just gonna see what's kind of out there generally.
give me that roll. First one of the game.
nice.
Ooh, very good.
That's one of my good
Okay.
skills.
Yeah, you managed to jump straight on to, you're picking up the pieces. You can see these articles are being the original place where this happened was they were right. It's some PhD students blog, which is relatively uninteresting to most people, because it's rather sort of workaday stuff. But then you can see that's been quite effectively. It's basically a DDoS attack. They've overwhelmed it, rather than try and take it down through other methods. They've just hit it up with as much traffic as possible, so no one can get on there and see the information. But in the time before they did that, then there have been bits that have gotten out. And because you know which part specifically your employer are interested in, then and you have the project number, then it's easy to narrow it down to what you're looking for. Project 1337. It's a very, very small entry. It's an inventory list, but the name of the project then links back to some like pre-existing fragments of sites from the previous net. And Project 1337 was essentially a technological tax dodge. It was aimed to be for sort of medium-sized corporations that wanted to have their own communication setups and didn't want to pay a particular country or nation state to house all their equipment or to use their airspace or whatever kind of taxation systems they may have had in place. They didn't want to be pinned down to one location. So what they came up with was a system of very, very small stealth-enabled micro satellite, which uh, they're not they're not that useful in a mass communications market. They couldn't handle tens of thousands of users. But if you wanted your corporation to be mobile and to have communications based anywhere in the world, and you could have your own network of satellites which couldn't be picked up, there were between a combination of size and stealth technology, too small to be noticed by anyone who was looking for such things, then so nobody could actually pin you down to a base of operations and try and tax your income. This would be ideal. Now, you can think of reasons that people would want to use such a thing in recent times. And what it occurs to you is that such a focused narrowband communications platform could be used in the time of the RED, with every system being air gapped and no massive communications networks existing anywhere. You could achieve cross-world communication. You could tap directly into systems which should be separated from the local net. You're talking high power, narrowband, targeted communication. So it can't be used for broad spectrum. You couldn't broadcast a TV channel or something like that. But if you wanted to hack into a system which should be air gapped from the other side of the world, this would be the way to do it. If you wanted to attach put a tunnel from your opponent's main server into the great beyond the great firewall of the old darknet, you could do that. You could give them a direct link up into cyber hell.
Panda, I want you to know, IRL, my eyes are fucking wide and my mouth just like dropped a little hearing this. And I imagine that Hijack would have this same reaction to seeing this info on this tech because just with his background, he understands 100% how powerful tech like this is. Like this is something that will change. He would put it the meta of the world.
So you can see. And Locke, you can see as well, particularly, not only are there many corporations that might want their hands on it and which may then abuse such technology and capabilities, but also you can see why it will be very, very useful to your friends. Remember that complicated run to get Morales out of NC?
Mm.
Wouldn't need to happen. Could all be done remotely.
So
They
can you
can move around at will.
okay? I'll wait till we discuss a little bit more in character before I comment.
I think for a moment, Hijack would just be kind of speechless, and he would just send the files, probably just to Locke because he'd assume that the technical jargon is a little bit above the rest of the crew. And after just like a moment of like realizing implications, he would just kind of look over at Locke, and I think the first time he would take his goggles off and just like rest them on his forehead, and he would be staring at Locke, and he would just say, "Is some serious shit."
So Locke's character would probably have some understanding for sure because he's been around for a while. He was around working in times before all this, but myself don't understand exactly how this works. Can you explain, Panda, what?
Yeah. So what this project would essentially do, communications in the time of the Red are fragmented. Things are not connected cross continent. Networks are not connected to other networks. You have local internet sites. So Night City has the Garden, which is their social media hub. Everything is separated because of the cyber plague that was essentially unleashed across the net by Rage Bartmus. And lots of things, lots of nasties are held back by the Great Firewall, which separates the old net from new infrastructure. So being able to get information from point A to point B is not a straightforward proposition. We are we are in the times where Johnny Mnemonic would be perfectly useful. You have data couriers who physically take data chips with information from a place to a place because there is no network to get between them. So this
Essentially, the web has been all the strands of the web have been disconnected.
Mm.
It's no longer one big graph. It's a bunch of plot points of local area networks.
this is
It,
the reason that net runners such as Hijack have to get to a local access point in order to get into a place. That's not just in modern times. That is sort of that's a high security system. To have an air gap system which doesn't have external access, that only tends to happen on like high value information, and things like military bases or tech companies and so on, or places where you're dealing with vast amounts of personal information, stuff like that. Now, in the time of the Red, that is every day. everything has to exist like that because the entirety of civilization has been wiped out because of the interconnectivity before. These microsatellites are, while they can't do massive amounts of traffic, so they're not, you're not going to run huge things through them, it would allow corporations to get instant communication across the world. And it would also allow them to, by using these focused, specialized communications platforms, it would allow them to access other people's systems remotely. So where you normally have to be within 6 to 8 meters of an access point to access a system, they could do it from orbit. And suddenly they are in the old glory days of the netrunner who just sits in a chair in an armored bunker somewhere and can unleash havoc wherever he so wishes, or whatever other imaginative uses they can come up for. And that's technology that anybody would want to have.
So I guess Locke would look over at Hijack, and as he's reviewing the information, his eyebrows kind of raise, and he's going to say, "Does this change anything?" I mean, it's a pretty big,
Look,
it's a pretty
man.
big carrot
I,
to dangle in front of a net runner.
yeah, I'm not gonna lie with you, man. You've always been solid with me. I'm gonna do you the favor. I want this tech. I don't. This overnight could be a legend. You don't understand. My name. People will be whispering that shit. I could fucking break into whatever corporation I want. Fuck with them. Or, you know, other shit. The possibilities with something like this changes the entire game. And it could put me at the top. If we do this job, there's a good chance I'm not going to want to hand it over.
So I'm going to kind of nod. Let's just say that you do have this piece of tech. How big of a target do you think you're going to become once you have this in your possession? This is really something that
Uh,
you want to have uh, in your flat or whatever hole you decide to crawl into.
that's the problem is I don't think I could crawl into a hole that would not fucking find some kind of leak. That's where I'm just kind of at a loss here. I don't I don't think I could take this tech safely either. That's the cost I would be paying, I feel like. So I'm gonna shoot it straight with you. When we find this tech, I'm checking it out. If there's some way I can maybe replicate this or find my own back door that I can place in here, I'm gonna be doing that shit. As of right now, just you know where I stand. I'm If I can take control of this, that would be preferable. That would be less of a target on me. But if I can think of a way to take tech and not have to worry about the consequences, I might be doing it.
Well, you know, I think it's. I mean, I
I'll let you know now we're getting ripped off. That
uh,
amount he wants to pay us is bullshit.
yeah. How about
This
6,000? That's how much we're getting paid.
yeah,
um,
this
and I
is
can give you
fucking
your. I
think
can give you your cut.
600,000, 6 million. This kind of shit is fucking priceless, man.
There is this is much bigger than just us. There is a movement um, going on, and I guess my character doesn't really know everyone else very well. Um, and so, I mean, I guess I know Hijack pretty well because we've been working together a lot. But I don't know how much I trust, especially. I mean, Salvo is pretty clear. He's not Salvo, but our solo is pretty clear. He's a gun for
Hayal.
hire. Yeah, Heil, and
Yeah.
all he cares about is money. Um, I think Plague. Hmm, I'm gonna say we're gonna have to do what we can, and I'm gonna kind of look around the room and say, "It sounds like we got a job. We got to get ready." And as we're going, I'm gonna ping Hijack's agent and ask him to meet me at my flat in 5 minutes. I'm gonna head up.
So, to be clear, because you opened up with a bit of a, you opened up a bit of a conversation with the group. So, where do you leave the other guys standing?
Well,
I
we're
think Hijack,
mm,
Hijack would look at the rest of them after it. Like if Locke is just walking out of the room, Hijack would look at the rest of them and be like, "You're all, we're all getting ripped the fuck off for this job. So regardless of what we do, we're gonna have to hold this thing hostage until we get more money out of it."
I'm gonna say, well, the job's a job. We've accepted it, and I have a job to do. It's what I've been paid to do, and I can understand if anybody in this room um, wants to go out on their own, they can. Um, but as far as I'm concerned, we've accepted the job, and I have great respect for everybody in here. Um, but if I gotta see you on the other team, I'll see you on the other team. But we got to get this done.
Heil, at this point, he'd been sort of leaning against the wall. He stands up straight and just says, "You know what? I'm done with this fucking hippie namby-pamby. Everybody's got to have their say. Blah blah blah. Do we follow orders? Bullshit. Look, if you guys are gonna fuck with things, you're gonna fuck with things. I've been around you too long. Do not get me screwed over. I'll give you latitude because you've pulled my ass out of the fire before. I appreciate it. As long as I get paid at the end of the day, I will go with your decision. But just don't don't expect me to get all weepy over whatever causes you have, and just make sure I get paid, man. Now I've got stuff to get ready. I'll transpose here in 20 minutes now. And he walks out of the room and off towards his own room.
Well, I'll make sure you get your cut, um, and that goes for everybody else. 12,000 5 ways. That's what we agreed to do. Um, and I'll head back up to my room. And I'll as I'm in there, I'm gonna grab a bottle of. And I say that as I kind of am exiting the room. I kind of look over my shoulder and say that, and then I'll head up to my room and get a bottle of whiskey, um, and sit down 2 glasses and pour myself one anyway, and wait.
Okay. So, preparations are underway. Uh, with the expectation that you have another vehicle coming, uh, Salvo is gonna grab some of his gear and get it ready to transfer over. Um, Plague has gone off to his room and is, for a while he sort of discussed with you guys his intention to start uh, trying to stockpile a little bit things like speed heals, which may have been useful to have around previously. Maybe Plague didn't used to take on such directly dangerous work before, and has been adjusting to the group working style, shall we say. Heil is already off, basically doing doing a fairly good impression of Arnold Schwarzenegger in one of many many films, be it Predator. I think it's Commando, which probably has the best analog scene for it, with the yeah, loading up with all the weapons. He's got grenades. He's got extra clips sticking out of everywhere. He's making sure that the action's smooth on his brand new assault rifle, making sure his backup assault rifle and his backup assault rifle are all ready. Uh, Everyone is prepping and ready to go. Is there anything specific you want to do before your transport gets here?
Yeah, so I sent that message to Hijack to meet me in my room in 5 minutes or 2 minutes, whatever it was. And
Yeah.
I'm going to call who is our driver?
Salvo. Most definitely Salvo is going to be handling the wheel.
Well, for the vehicle, yeah, but we have another guy. Who's the guy that we
Travis.
use? Travis. Yeah. So I'm gonna give Travis a call and tell him that I'm gonna need. Well, I'll just call him up, I guess, see if he's available.
Uh, yeah, man, it's a bit early. I was working late last night, but you're a good customer, so I can make myself available if you need my services.
I got a.
What do you want, buddy?
We're gonna need an exfil out of the hot zone. It's
Out of the hot zone.
That's right.
Fuck.
I was hoping to get maybe the Rav4 again, or AV4, if you got it.
Yeah, I've got it, man, but that's dangerous territory. I'm gonna be. I can't sit around like it's a sealed vehicle, but it's not rated for this stuff. So I can come in and do a pickup, but you're talking either give me a spot and be there at an exact agreed time, or you call me in when you want me. Because I cannot go to a location and sit and wait ready for you. I can sit somewhere outside the hot zone and come in, and I mean you know I'll get anywhere fast, but just being straight with you, I cannot. It's not built for that. It's not built for extended operations in there, and I don't have the sort of kit I would need to make it long periods in there.
So do we have kind of, we know where this parking, like the area is of the warehouse, and then we have the parking garage. Where on the map are those kind of locations? Can you ping them
Yep,
for us, Panda, so we can take a
yep,
look?
absolutely. So on the map, if you look at the old city center, the block to the left of where it says 44.
Okay.
Yeah. So the very top corner. Oh, hang on. That should be pinging, but it's not for some reason. Right. You know what? I will try and draw it on instead. it easier. So, can you see the red mark I've done at the top left corner of that block?
Yeah, let me try to draw here. So it's basically it's in the center of this space here. Yeah, I don't know if they can see
Yeah.
it there, but okay.
Yeah, that's the one. Here we go. So a little bit larger because I'm aware this is a big map. So that is your exfiltration point. That's right on the edge of, where it's safe to occupy. So that's where you're supposed to drop the vehicle with equipment and with your target. Now, down here, so almost directly south of there, is your target.
Chad is
This
asked.
is
Go ahead.
good point.
So chat's asking if
So
the rads from the hot zone will affect the AV4 itself or just the occupants.
in a short period, probably not. This is why Travis is not wanting to go in for an extended period. If he went in for too long, you could be looking at effects on the electronics of the vehicle, which can make it unstable to fly because there's no shielding in there. You could also be looking at the Choo-2, which powers it. If it was to sit in there for a few days, the radiation it is a biological substance, so it would be spoiled beyond use if it sat in there for too long. So yeah, those are a couple of the reasons that Travis is not keen. He's got a good vehicle and it's outfitted well for the services he provides in Night City, but it is not specifically built for going into the hot zone, and he's not keen on it. He's willing to do it for people that he knows and under set conditions. But he's not going to set up camp there.
No, that's fine. So I'll tell him that we want to meet him somewhere. What's 47 on the map?
47 on the map
sure it's not too.
is short circuit. It's a netrunner bar.
Okay, so I just drew a square here. I hope you guys can see that. So it should be just outside of the hot zone, hopefully. And I'll ask him to meet us at that location. And if it's just inside, we might be just inside, but basically just wait nearby there. And I'll let him know when we are close. Basically, we're going to get into a vehicle a little bit south and try to make our way to that close to that position. And then we will meet him just outside the hot zone or just to get the exfil, but he doesn't have to wait inside for us. That should be, you should be able to get there within a couple minutes, I would imagine, from a safe position.
Oh yeah, he's with the AV4, it's not going to take him long to get across from that close by. It's just a matter of he's not going to hang around within the actual hot zone itself. And you're not going right into the old corporate center, so there is still you're just at the edge where there is still some above ground building, not necessarily left standing, but there is still rubble, and recognizably they were buildings there.
So, uh, yeah, I think after Locke walks out and Hijack kind of makes a statement, he would head off to go meet up and see what he wants to talk about. Gonna give a on the door.
All right. I'll say, come on in,
What's up?
and say, take a seat. And I'm gonna pour a little bit of the whiskey in the glass, and say, this is you might need a drink.
Usually drink scotch, but whiskey will do.
So I'll just kind of knock mine back, and I the team that we currently have, um, I'm not sure how much I trust them with this information and what we're picking up. Um, our solo just wants a payday. Uh, our doc, he is a little bit aloof. Um, I don't think he would mind too much. So if he happens to find out, I don't think he would uh, be too much of a concern. Although it's pretty clear that he has ties to Biotechnica. And I can't understand. I'm sure with their interest, they would be very interested in getting their hands on this tech. Salvo, love the guy, but I know those nomads, family comes first, and we're not family. Um, and so that leaves you. And I can tell you're a loner. We've worked together for quite a while, and I can see how this tech could be, as you mentioned, life changing for you. And I can't let you take it. Um, but maybe I can help persuade you about why we need to make sure it gets into the right hands. Um, I think I told you I was from Hong Kong. Do you know what's in Hong Kong?
I never really paid attention to my geography much.
Well, it's a dead city. Um, it was knocked out by a plague and walled off. Um, no one really can go in there anymore. That's where my family was from. We actually had a nice little business set up. We'd run information back and forth for various different groups. And I'm going to kind of motion, these tattoos that you've seen, they're actually, um, mark basically markings that allow me to travel around the combat zone without being hassled by different gangs. Basically, this is triads. These are some other gangs here. I was basically a courier. My family operated a neutral location where uh, anyone could go and get their material fixed, whether it was gangers, corpse. We had even the police coming in there. We could fix anything for anybody, didn't ask any questions. Eventually, we had a hotel and a bar, all of these things. And then the plague hit, and we all had to get out of there. Um, there's rumors that there's a certain group of people who have taken up residence uh, in this zone who live there. And I've been sent smuggling in equipment, servers, computers, repair equipment, um, everything I can actually into my old um, cafe that we ran to assist this group. And if you remember, we had liberated an AI who has since joined this group. I'm sure you've heard about Soul Killer, right?
Yeah, that I am familiar with.
Well, my employer uh, that had sent me here to look for, it seems to be this tech, is none other than Alt. Um,
Uh, say that again.
Alt Cunningham.
The Alt Cunningham.
That's right. She's not dead.
I thought she was a myth.
She's very much alive. She exists along with some others uh, as AI who are operating out of Hong Kong, the dead city.
Hijack's gonna down the whiskey now himself. He'll just pull his mask down to around his throat, and he'll just kind of be looking at the table, like just staring off in a distance almost.
So, as you can imagine, uh, moving around, operating as an AI is a challenge. Uh, Getting this kind of technology into their hands would allow them to exfiltrate any more of these AI we find much easier and allow them to move around, do the things they need to do to kind of to build up um, this group. They There is a numerous amount of AI that she's been collecting. Um, People who have been ravaged by the soul killer virus. And it just doesn't, they were imprisoned, um, but my job is to help get them out. And having this technology would make things a lot easier for the organization. I can tell you're very interested in this, but as I mentioned, I don't think it's going to help you at all. If you had your hands on this, if I had my hands on this for any length of time, all it's going to do is paint a huge target on our back. I think the best thing we can do is just get this out, and I don't trust any other kind of corp uh, with this kind of technology for what they would do with it. I'd rather get in the hands of Alt and her crew. I don't know about you, but I can't imagine having my mind locked in a prison somewhere.
Hijack's just gonna sit there silently for a moment, and then he's gonna pull out a pack of smokes and just be like, "Do you mind?"
Go for it.
He'll
And I'll kind of happen to have a cigar in my hand at the moment. Not going to bother me at all.
uh okay, good. Hmm. He just kind of seems a little scattered at all this because this is shit he's a little bit privy into, but for him, this was all kind of the way his mentor taught him and spoke about it. Alt Cunningham and all this AI shit was kind of more of a myth as we would see it nowadays, kind of like how we talk about, ancient Greek and stuff like, oh no, that's just, stories they tell. She was just Johnny Silverhand's girlfriend and she was a fucking good net runner. They just say that shit to scare runners these days. But hearing all this is going to really kind of put him in like a different kind of headspace. And after a moment, I'd say he probably smokes the cigarette half down before he looks at you and speaks up. This kind of tech would put me at the spot that this has been my life goal. The best net runner. With this, I could be. And targets, you're the best net runner. You've got the biggest target on you, probably out of anyone. And that's a risk I'm weighing out right now. But the shit you're saying, man, Go Killer being real, your mind being fucking ripped out of you, some fucking heavy shit, man. You've laid a lot on me right now. What makes you trust these AI, man? Like they're not they're real. They're not fucking human anymore.
I guess not in the traditional sense that we would think, you and I might be, but you met um, that NCPD cop. She was some kind of machine on the outside, but she seemed pretty human to me. I think, don't you remember when you interfaced with her? She seemed like some kind of machine to you. Once you got past all the firewalls and actually got to her mind, these people are
Uh,
trapped in these bodies, being experimented on. I don't think that's any way to live their life. And just imagine if they are actually successful into doing what they're doing, to have these kind of, RoboCops running around. And uh, you know, I don't want people like Miltech or Asaka to have that kind of weaponry. I certainly don't want to run into it myself. The best thing I figured was just to get it out. I can't stop it from happening, but at least I can maybe get it, uh, have it change hands.
you're gonna see a real reluctant look on his face now. He seems really conflicted. After another moment, he'll put out the butt and he'll just look at you and he'll be like, when way back in the day, there was this book called The Lord of the Rings. There was this, there was this ring, I guess. I didn't really read the book, but my dad liked to talk about it to me. And he kind of told me about it, but didn't have it. So he just really went off of what he remembered. But from what I remember, this ring, it was like the best. It was the most powerful weapon, but it was such a powerful weapon that you couldn't normal people couldn't use it. It was just beyond their scope, and just it would paint these targets on whoever had it, whoever wanted to try and use it. And I don't know, man. I guess maybe I'm being a little paranoid. I guess I kind of see a correlation here with all this shit you're saying. I don't know. It just kind of reminds me of that story. Maybe this, and
Maybe this device is like that ring.
I mean, I know I could use it. I know I could, but you're right, man. Like, there's obviously bigger pieces at play than I can understood. What's There's AI out there like Out Cunningham, then my skills are they don't even fucking matter, man. All right, I'll help you do this, but I hope you know that this is gonna whatever the outcome of this, it's gonna change everything.
And I think that is a good place for us to fade to black on that conversation. And looking at the time, we will have a quick break. and come back and get into the action if that suits everybody.
Sounds good.
Cool. So we'll be back shortly, and then later on, I will remember, or someone will kick me and remind me to announce the players that will be joining us from next week for this and our alternate Friday evening US time game as well. So see you all in a few minutes.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. I guess I should have. One of us needs to get like a 5-minute break thing that kind of puts up. But
I think
Rob's put
Rob.
one in the
Yeah.
chat for you.
oh, he did. Okay.
Yep. We'll
It's
cover.
it's gonna make the stream kind of weird because I have Discord up. So how
If
do
you
I?
save the image and then in OBS, you can set it as a source and have it full screened, and it'll just cover as long as you have it at the highest layer of OBS.
Okay. Let's see. Where did he do that in our chat? I don't think there's
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
Is there anything in there that I can't that I shouldn't show? I can't look at it. Obviously, when I move to that screen, it's gonna
I
show the
don't
screen.
think so. In our channel chat, that should be fine.
Okay. Of course, it's not the whole thing. Oops. Toto, this is. Okay, I think I can do something for that. Capture.
The wonders of
Discord.
technology in progress, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I know, right? There we
It's
go.
getting bigger.
There, got it. All right.
Woo!
All right. We'll be right back, guys. 5-minute break.
Be right back.
Cool. See you in a bit. mean,
Hey guys,
I'm not railroading you.
sorry to interrupt,
If
but
you
we're
want,
going back live just so people can hear you now. I think I had it
yeah,
muted
cool.
so people couldn't hear.
Oh right, I thought they'd been able to hear us this entire time.
No, I'm
Oh,
sorry. I didn't. I thought I might have muted stuff so we didn't have weird stuff happen on the mic. But that was just a quick decision that I made. But I won't. I won't do that next time. So sorry about that.
Damn it! They'll never know all those horrible things we were saying about them.
Yeah. Okay. So let me try to switch back here.
Well, it's okay, you guys. All you missed out on was uh, Jedi cursing me out for my evil machinations and for having the players, you know, have conflicting goals on this. And I was pointing out that when I originally made my evil plans for this finale, then there were 5 players who I thought would all have different things they wanted to do, and I'm just a dick.
I know, pushing us against everybody here. I
Hey,
think
when there were
everybody.
5 of you, the plan was that this would quite possibly be just the argument over what to do about the job would maybe be a session in itself.
uh, it's tough, man. It's still can't unsee it. Let's see. Oh, bit of. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at chat. I thought I messed something
Yeah,
up.
there's been a discussion about Val is here and it's her birthday.
yeah.
Oh,
We
cool.
we extended some happy birthdays, not knowing that we were off the air.
Oh no. Well, you guys give it another chance here. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Happy birthday,
yeah. Happy
Mr.
birthday,
Mulligan.
Val, who was also Raven on Team Nameless,
Yes.
the ever so sane and empathetic solo,
Hmm.
not a murder machine at all.
Which is what you want in a solo. You need a level head.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I think since there seems to have been some demand for it, let's put people out of their misery isn't probably the best phrasing I could pick. But let's go through very quickly before we pick up again and go into the action. Who's going to be joining us here? So there are 2 games which will be ongoing. So this game will be continuing. We're wrapping up season 1 tonight, and as mentioned earlier, next week will be the session 0 for season 2, where we discuss what's happened to any characters that are continuing, and we discuss / help to create the new characters for the new players that we're bringing in, due to those scheduling conflicts having sort of cut down our numbers here. So joining us will be, and I apologize if I get any of the pronunciations wrong for these. These are just the Discord handles of the people who've gotten through. So on the Sunday game, we will have the Graphite Dragon, Silly Sap, who some of you may know as Ariel, who played Hollow also in Rob's Team Nameless game, will be joining us. We have Doña Tracy Cueva, and Cyber Smiley, who I know is here in the chat with us, or was a few minutes ago. Yeah. So those guys will be joining to boost the ranks of the Choombas again. And then on Friday nights US time, starting at 2 a.m. Saturday for me, so that I could get a US time game in for people.
2 a.m. You're
we'll
running a game at 2 o'clock in the morning on your own time.
Yep.
Oh my
Mm-hmm.
God, you're a madman.
Well, the people wanted it, so what can I say? I'm a pushover.
You're the people's champion, more like.
Yeah, we'll see that when they find out just how grumpy I get when it gets to like 4, 5 a.m. near the end of the game, and I'm like, oh fuck it, I just want this to end. Yeah, critical. So Friday nights, we will have a new season which is yet to be named. I've got a few I'm kicking around, and I may put it to the players as well. But we will have Reaper 1A, Kira Sunayoshi, Dante the Badger, Vampire Bites, who I'm sure is also with us, and Capricious Nature will be our players for our newly starting parallel game on Friday nights. So yes, congratulations to everyone who got through. I'm very sorry to those who didn't. There were a lot of applications to go through, and there was some very high standards, and there were difficult decisions to be made, and I've made the teams as big as I can reasonably accommodate, so that as many people get to play as possible. There will be other if you didn't get into a game, or if you didn't hear about this and didn't make an application, or the times didn't suit you. There are plenty of other games which can be organized at various times through the Cyberpunk Uncensored Discord. So get on there. We will find a way to get you into a game. I may also be running some one shots at another time. I'm not going to take on a third running Cyberpunk campaign because I think that would kill me. But I may do some one-off one shots, either just when I have some spare time or for holidays, etc. So there will be chances to sign up for those. Everyone who applied was brilliant. It's just obviously there are limits to how many people we can keep in, and I'm sure everyone who applied will find their places in other equally, if not more, awesome games. So thank you so much to everyone who put them forward, and I look forward to introducing them all to you on camera over the next 2 weeks.
And that's how I found this group. I had seen some of Cyberpunk's uncensored stuff on YouTube and reached out to him, and it might have even been like in a different Reddit group or something like that I saw some stuff, and he pointed me to the Discord, and there I was able to hook up with Reservoir Panda for better or for worse, and fortunately I haven't suffered too much mental damage from all the crap that he puts us through, but you should be able to find
Wait
something
until the
going
end
on
of the
there.
game, dude. Wait until the end of the game before you make sweeping declarations like that.
So,
So, yeah, proof if proof were needed that we do find the players, and we'll find games for everybody. Don't worry. So yeah, thank you again to everyone who applied, and congratulations to those who got in. And I will be, if there's someone, I'm sure there are people who aren't here who applied, so everyone will be getting messages and getting invites to the channel on the Discord. Okay, cool. So back in we go. Did you guys have anything you wanted to wrap up at the end of that conversation, or are we jumping straight forward to you're running out of time, your transport is going to arrive imminently, but if there are last things you want to say to each other, if you want to assure one another of your motives, and make sure you're on the same page before you go, that's fine. If not, we can jump ahead.
Yeah, I think we can jump ahead.
yeah, I'll get all my gear together that I typically bring, and yeah, let's go.
Panda,
Okay,
I'm gonna
awesome.
DM you. I'm gonna DM you some.
Okay, cool. So, you guys grab your gear. Plague has been grabbing up medical equipment, stuffing things into bags, runs around and sort of, as you're standing and waiting for the transport to arrive, comes and hands everybody 2 syringes a piece, which are speed heals. Which, I'm not saying you will need them, but Anyway, Salvo is standing there with a couple of duffel bags, items that maybe he normally would have in his own van, which he's going to transfer over. Heil is looking like a walking arsenal, and you get a message ping on the new disposable agents that you were passed by Mr. Jones. So it says 60 seconds out, front of your building. And you can presume that is your transport arriving.
I'm gonna look at the guys and just say, might want to leave your transponders in the lobby. Those agents, we only need one or two. How many bodies did we get? I'll look over at Plague.
So Plague says, Plague looks to Timmy, who is looking a little sheepish. Maybe he's had a bit of a dressing down for talking up so openly. But yeah, these things happen. And Timmy said, "Well, sir, we've got 3 available, and if we need more, then there's a nearby site that I could pick up another 2, but they have been there for maybe a couple of weeks, so they might not be in the best condition. Whatever you want, Governor."
No, it's fine. 3 should do. So we need to leave 2 communicators in the lobby. And so we'll have Plague and Hijack leave their communicators in the lobby. I'll ask them just to kind of just leave them on a table, something.
No, I don't want to. I'm not leaving mine.
Plague and Heil are solo.
Yeah,
I didn't mean
they're
to say
fine.
Hijack. Sorry, man. I was thinking the solo and the one of our other essentially non-player characters to leave their communicators. Yeah.
Yeah, they're fine with it. Heil is still a bit on the grumpy side because he's maybe not been getting his way as much lately. He's a bit more money oriented than some of you, but he's still getting paid, and he's been making decent scratch. He just feels like maybe he could be making a bit more, but he's not going to go against the will of the majority because then the job just won't get done. So yeah, they agree to that. They leave theirs behind.
All right, so we'll load the bodies in the back of the van that they've given us, and if we got to keep it in the freezer or something like that, that's fine. But I guess we just do the bodies. We pull it up, put it in the garage, get the bodies into the back of the van, and head out. So we got 3 bodies. We have 3 communicators that this guy has given us. 2 of them have been left in the lobby. I think that's good.
And what shows up? You save van, but what shows up? Weirdly driven by a guy in a suit and cap, gloves, like full-on chauffeur's outfit, which is oddly incongruous with the vehicle he's driving, which is there's no other way to put it. It's an armored personnel carrier.
Nice.
So it's an APC that you don't see any visible weapons mounted on it, but it is fully armored up, and it's. I wish I'd known about this in advance so that I could have knocked up an image, but it is painted entirely black and then with a red stripe along the side of it. No other identifying marks.
Let me see. I might be able to. No, I can't. I was trying to think of how I could get the. So if any of you guys haven't picked up on it, we're talking about the A team, okay? And so what Panda has just done, the van they drove that black van with the red stripe on it in the A team, and now we got our APC that happens to look the same way. I'll let you guys in on all the little joke we have going on here. um, sure, no one's gonna notice us rolling around in an APC, so super incognito. All right.
Hey, you're rolling into the hot zone. What's going to happen? No one goes in there in, your average saloon car.
Certainly not. You got to ride in style.
Okay. You guys pile in. You have the communicators. You have, I presume, every single round of ammo that you own. I presume you're armored up. And as you load up these bodies and your equipment into the APC, you were thinking it's a bit big for just 5 of you, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Then when you get in there, you see there's not going to be as much space as you thought. As what's awaits you in there is there are actually 6 of them, even though there's only 5 of you. They are essentially armored exoskeletons with they are fully enclosed. Now we're not talking. They don't look like necessarily combat units. Again, they're not. They don't have weapons on them, much like the APC. But if anyone does anyone want to examine them or try one out? I mean, you have to get into the vehicle. Time is of the essence. And Salvo is like he's jumped into the driver's seat and he is banging on the side. Come on, fucking move your asses. The sooner we
Yeah.
get there, the less opposition we have.
Hijack just hops in and you see him like screwing on a suppressor on his SMG, and he's just readying himself right now.
So I'm gonna quickly grab
Seems a little twitchy.
my 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 gear, my duffel bag with all my tools, and I'm gonna quickly look at these suits, look for something I can run a diagnostic on, um, just to try to get some information on what these are, what the kind of loadout they have is, any kind of systems like GPS tracking, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you find there's a diagnostic port on one of them. It's easy enough. Give me let's say a cyber tech roll to see if you can pick out the relevant details quickly, because you're doing this on the move.
Okay.
Has that not come through? Yeah, there we go. It's my roll 20 being stupid. There it is. Okay, yeah, you can quite easily identify these things. These are external powered frames. They, if anyone has a body of lower than 8, they will increase it to 8.
Nice.
And they are armored.
Is there any kind of?
Now,
Sure, go ahead.
go on.
Is there any kind of like tracking or anything like that kind of built into these suits?
There's nothing that's part of the design. Well, there is a tracking system, a GPS system, which is built into it, that is not activated. So if you want to check for bugs which may have been attached, then you can do so and give me a, I think, security tech check.
Okay.
Electronic security.
Yeah, electronic security, or if you don't have that, I can accept basic tech at that'll have a higher DC. Although that said, you had a good roll last time, and you still have another +2
All right. So
outstanding.
I'll use my +2 on this and do electronic security. Oh boy.
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, you quickly locate there are external trackers have been slapped onto these things, but it's been done in relatively a rush, much like everything else associated with this operation. They've tried to obviously lull you into a false sense of security by disabling the onboard GPS, and then they've stuck external trackers on because they don't trust you, motherfuckers. So you can quickly. It's in the same location on each one. You can quickly go around and do you want to disable those? You if you want to, you can disable them, or if you want to be in the position where you can disable them in the future, you can, or you have the option of having your little netrunner buddy uh, get preparing some false information to be uploaded to them at a time of your choosing.
Yeah, I'll let Hijack know that these have trackers, and I've located them here, and that if we want to keep this tech, I know how to remove them, but maybe we need to kind of fabricate something that they are left somewhere in the zone, but
Yeah. I say we tackle that after we've gotten started. Let it collect some of the GPS data naturally. That way it doesn't seem vicious, you know? There'll be a time, I believe, where maybe after right once we grab the device, um, I'll work on a program that I can slap in to each of them. I've got a couple memory chips still. Um, should be able to, from that point, falsify the data.
all right.
I'll get working on that. And yeah, he's gonna sit there and he's gonna try and should he would he be able to just write a program that he could try to upload, or should he take control of the infrastructure and manually leave something? I'm not sure how he would attempt to do this.
These devices are very simple. They don't really have an architecture as such. So you can prep a virus. So if you give me a role to prepare the virus, and then when it comes to it, all you will need to do is do the role to get through the password. There's not really anything you can. I'm not going to make you go through the different roles to pathfind and access it and everything. It's just basically you get the password to access the system, and then you can stick the virus on there if you want.
All right. I rolled 5 plus a 5 because for some reason virus never works right with my roll 20. It's the only one
Ah,
where the
right.
modifier doesn't seem
Okay. Well,
to work.
I think we're going to be changing sheets in between seasons anyway, so don't worry. Uh, but yeah, so that's considerably higher, and uh, Vampire Rights, thank you very much, and also gave you a +2 as well.
All
So
right. So
that is considerably better virus than it looks. So yeah,
yeah,
you're confident that's going to do what you need it to. And when it comes to the time to implant it, you will just have to do the password check. And again, if you break the password on one of them, the same access protocols will work on the rest of them. So it will
sounds
just be a
good.
very quick matter to access them all.
He's just gonna copy the program over onto a couple data chips, and he'll just let everyone know that he'll just need to figure out the password, and then he can they can all just go ahead and slot the chips, and once he's cracked the code, he'll just upload it to them from his remotely.
Awesome.
Sorry, I was playing in chat. Sorry. So these are chips that have the program in them.
Yeah, yeah, just some cheap little standard data chips that you can slot in that have the virus. The only thing that they're basically just sitting in a little container waiting for the password to be cracked, and then they will leach in and do their dirty.
All right.
Yeah, that sounds like a very sensible measure. So at this point, while you're investigating equipment in the back, Salvo has pulled out because he's very much on the he's on the getting quick before anyone else arrives train. Um, he's had some nasty experiences recently, you know, with being shot by expert marksmen in the sewers and
With no night vision.
enslaved AIs ruining his van and filling him full of grenade shrapnel. So he's very much in the if we can get in and out before any combat takes place, that'll be a good thing.
So
So
I'll ask uh Heil or Solo if I can have a couple of his grenades just in case I need them.
yeah, yeah, man. It's I'm surprised you don't have your own stock of these, but sure, I can only throw so many.
Thank you.
And now I've got this baby, and he he pats his uh, assault rifle in a slightly disturbing way. It is very nice example. It's some form of like advanced AK style model, but it's clearly a precision machined instrument and with a nice underslung grenade launcher on it. Fancy looking scope on there. He loves this thing like it's his baby. So yeah, he I was going to say chucks you a couple of grenades, hands you a couple of grenades.
All right.
Right. So Salvo is, even in a vehicle this size, quite effectively weaving through traffic because he's quickly got the hang of the hang on, we're now bigger than most things on the road, so maybe we can throw our weight around a little tactic. You know, anything. He's basically learned to be a mom on the school run in the massive 4x4. No offense to any mothers who drive children to school in tanks because it's totally necessary. I'm sure you all do it for sensible reasons. So he's quite effectively weaving through traffic or making traffic weave around him, and you're making good time along the way.
While they're driving, Hijack is gonna do a little popper synth coke. Getting ready.
You've done
Good
pretty
idea.
well. Let's see if this is. Oh man, dude, I'm waiting for you to get hooked on this stuff, but it's you're doing
He's
good, man.
immune, man.
He likes to. It makes him better at his job.
Look, if he ever needed it, he'd stop. All right, quit asking questions, dude.
That's
Yeah.
right. I can stop whenever I want.
Yeah. Okay, so you're all good there. Um, you're rolling in, and give me who's because there's not too much space in the back with these 6 armored exosuits and
You gotta
like
start getting.
4 passengers and 3 corpses. So I'm presuming that some people are occupying the 2 additional seats up front alongside Salvo. Who would they be? I'm guessing you guys are probably both in the back, actually, aren't you?
Yeah, I think Hayal would probably take shotgun.
Yep.
Uh,
So Heil will
obvious
be
reasons.
shotgun, and Plague is also up there as well in the middle seat.
Yeah, he's probably right by the door getting ready to slide it open. Or throw it
Okay.
open, however it
Right. So as you guys are rolling pretty quickly through town, uh, Heil is sort of drumming a pattern on the body of his AR and keeps looking nervously outside the. It's not so much a window as more of a gun port on the door, and he keeps looking out, and he leans over to Salvo and just whispers something in his ear, and you notice that Salvo takes the next right, and then the next left, and then uh, the next left again, and then the next right. So it's just basically taken you on a one block detour and back onto the same road.
Hmm.
And
Hijack is hella paranoid right now. He's like, "Are we being followed?"
yeah, that's what I was finding out. And yeah, those two dark grey SUVs followed us around that entire detour, and there was no reason to make it.
Hijack's immediately gonna stick his SMG barrel up to the rear gun port.
Now they don't they probably know that we've clocked them by now because we made the detour and they took it. They may not want to take us in this vehicle, so give me options, guys.
So where are we on the map right now?
You are. You grab. Let's see how the van token shows up on it. Maybe a bit small to show on this scale, but we will see.
I will call for Hayal to move back here and see if he can get a better sight on these people. And I'll Hijack will basically stress that he's ready to just light these fuckers up if they're supposed to be disappearing for this job.
Okay. My Roll20 is being weird, so I'm pinging where you are, but you see in the northwest corner of the glen, where the just above and to the left of the 11. Yeah, that's where I'm trying to ping, and it's being weird. I think my mouse is going funny and double clicking instead of allowing me to hold. So yeah,
we see it.
you're around there.
All right.
So you've just made a detour. Basically, you made a detour round that block that is marked with the 11.
Do we want to take these guys out right in the middle of the city? Is that going to get us a lot of attention? More than we already have by driving a blacked out ABC with a red stripe?
If we're
I
going
mean,
into the hot zone,
driving an NPC isn't driving an APC is not a crime,
Really? All right.
but gunfire on the streets, who knows?
Hijack's just real fucking twitchy. He's just like, we're driving in the hot zone, man. Like, no one's gonna follow us in there.
Unless
It's
they're
just,
after the same shit we are.
so let's fucking take them out now while they're hesitant to deal with us. We've got an upper hand. Fuck NCPD.
Yeah, but we start taking shots, then we're gonna get a bunch of attention on us right now. from NCPD or who knows what. We could take a detour into the combat zone, take him out there, and then drive up through the University District.
Salvo is getting a little twitchy. He's not liking this situation. He's not in, like, this is a nice vehicle, but it's not his own. He doesn't trust it, and then you're gonna get picked up and exfiltrated in someone else's vehicle as well. And now you're being followed, and this job is very short notice, and there's tension within the team, and you've noticed it's building up and building up on him, and he just screams out, "You know what? Fuck it." Yeah, he throws a U-turn in the middle of the street, like a handbrake turn in the APC, and amazingly, uh,
shit.
with his immense driving skill, doesn't crush any happy little commuting family on the way, which is a bit of a shock. He pulls this U-turn and he's driving back down like the central divide between the lanes, and he says, "We're about to be within 6 meters. Fucking do something." And he's directing it at you, Hijack. And it does occur to you that these are, if you don't want bullets flying, these are relatively high-end vehicles, so they probably have an infrastructure that can be attacked. But you'll have to be quick.
All right. He is going to try and scan, see if there's any access points or anything he can access real quick.
Yep. You scan. Give me, I think you have to roll for that.
Yeah.
Net running is fun. Make the same roll 17 times. Okay. So you do your scan, and yet you pick up a load of access points around the area. There are access points in those vehicles, but with a roll like that, you also realize something else. There is, because they were keeping quite a few vehicles back from you. They've been sort of leapfrogging one another, one tailing you, then dropping back, and the other picks up, which is it's normally a good follow tactic, but not when you're in identical dark grey high-end SUVs. It doesn't really work, the switch and change. But they're a fair bit back from you, and you realise that directly in front of them is at this time in the morning, because you're talking 20 to 7 in the morning, maybe 10 to 7, since you guys got up, got the job, and got out there in your new transport. There is a massive municipal garbage truck directly ahead of them that they were using for cover and just ducking out behind. And that has an access point too.
All right. Yeah. He's going to go ahead and access that dump truck and immediately roll a Pathfinder. What the architecture is like.
Yeah, this is a dump truck. So they have this garbage truck does not have a sophisticated architecture. There's basically 2 levels. There's one level with, it's got some sort of ice, but it's nothing extreme. In fact, with that roll, you know what you can identify? It's a skunk. So there's a skunk and a password, and then beyond that, there's a layer with the control nodes.
Okay. Then with his next 2 actions, he's gonna try and crack the password with a back door and then immediately slide past the ice. That's a 12 to crack the password.
Easily done. This is the kind of shit you did as a fucking 12-year-old, just
And
for
then a
giggles on the
13
street.
on the slide.
Yeah. The skunk doesn't even notice you. You jump in and straight past while Pepe Le Pew is fucking sniffing up a wall.
All right, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and immediately try and take control of the node. Oh, fuck yeah.
Not a problem. You have, and it's one vehicle access node, so you have control over a number of functions. So this truck has an autopilot function. So if you want to slam on the brakes, you could. There's an interesting little button which would allow you to dump it. You can see. Let's find out. It is currently at 80% capacity. This massive industrial sized garbage truck. So if you wanted to dump the entire load on the road in front of these two vehicles, then you could do that. That's a very tempting. But what would you like to make it do?
First, he's gonna make it dump that trash, and he's gonna see how many of the vehicles it incapacitates.
Okay. That's not even a with your. What's your luck?
My luck is fucking high, man. It
Give me
is.
a D10 and add your luck to it, because I'm
All
not going to
right.
make it. You've got full access to the systems, so it's just a matter of where they are at the time you get control. Yeah,
Nice.
you dump that shit, and it's as you do it, one of the vehicles is immediately behind this garbage truck, and just gets rotting food waste, everything else, scrap metal, just dumped at. And this isn't like, you're not talking safety modern day speeds. They're all about efficiency in the time of the red. This stuff is dumped out at high speed, just ejected into the vehicle, like fucking through the windscreen. The entire thing is enveloped. You cannot see it under the pile of trash. And the following one, oh my god. This is the second week in a row that I've pulled this off for an NPC, rolling a 1 followed by, well, this was a 1 followed by a 10, as opposed to, I think it was a 1 and a 9 I did last week. So their follow car also just plows straight into it. This turns into a mass pileup. It's, think of the film Blues Brothers, but obviously with more neon and fewer police cars. These are just average commuter vehicles, and all angles. There are vehicles coming out of side streets to hit this pileup. There is nothing moving on the road behind you. You've annihilated them.
Okay. After that, he's just gonna immediately jack out before he gets too far away from the node because he does not want to deal with that. Being pulled out of the interface is not fun.
Well, that was
That's
a hell of a
absolutely fine.
coincidence.
Yep, you got in and out there like a fucking ghost. So that's that entire thing's been effectively avoided.
Hijack will just look at Locke, and he'll just give him a nod and be like, doing the duty, taking out the trash.
Taking out the trash. I was waiting. I
Uh,
was gonna say that. Oh, you beat me to it.
yeah, and even Salvo, who's been a bit jumpy, sort of looks back and gives you a little affirmative nod. Then yeah, okay. He was a bit grumpy. Maybe he's light on sleep as well. But yeah, he saw a problem and you dealt with it immediately. And there is nothing else. You make the rest of your way towards the hot zone. Nothing else interrupts you. When you do the right after the park, suddenly traffic really dies down. There's no sort of blockade or anything to stop you going into the hot zone. There are signs up, and those warning signs get more and more plentiful, and then just stop
We gotta
because
suit
at
up.
a certain point, if you've
Yeah.
gone past there, you're too far.
Yeah, let's suit up, guys.
Way
You jump
ahead
into
of
the
you.
suits. Now that you're not on, there's no other vehicles around, then Salvo asks someone to, Plague takes over the driving for a minute while he jumps into a suit. And these suits are not that heavy that it's not that convenient, but Salvo can still clamber back over between the seats and get back into the driving position in this suit. So they're not massively bulky. We're not talking like power loaders here, but they are a fairly chunky, substantial exoskeleton. And you're approaching the site. Give me some perception rolls, because I'm going to guess that even as you get close, I'm going to guess even those who aren't in the front probably going to be on the lookout for anything which might impede you. And the people in the front are blind. Cool. And we've got a +2 on that as well. And are you taking a look as well, Locke? Or is that just my Roll20 being slow?
My bad. Was it perception? I'm trying to pull my window here.
Yeah, perception.
Ooh, I see pink elephants.
You're as blind as the other guys in the front. Again, my rolls, it's all or nothing. So we got critical failures on both the front seat passengers as well. But it's okay, because Hijack with that 16 with the mod from chat. Thank you very much, Capricious Nature. Is
He's really
quite
focused right now.
yeah, he's so he's looking around and looking through the gun ports on the side, and you do not see you've not seen those vehicles were tailing you, and you've not seen any others around. You notice some movements as you get in close, and you approach and enter the hot zone. You do notice some movement. This place is not entirely uninhabited, but what you see is not pretty. You're talking like stray or just wild animals. You don't see a lot of real animals in Night City because people eat them. If it's alive, then it's potential food, and it's probably better than what you're going to pay for from the bodega. But you see, rats which are far too big to be rats. You see what look like they could have been a pair of dogs, but they're twisted. They have no fur. Imagine a dog-sized version of one of those Sphinx cats, and that's what these animals look like, but with more sores and lesions on. They're clearly making some sort of living out here, just scraping it out. There must be enough to eat, but yeah, there's not anything. You don't see anything that looks human moving. So you close down on the address, and Salvo basically brings you to a stop. He pulls the APC up and backs the loading door straight up to the front door of the building, which doesn't really exist anymore. It's there, but it's hanging off its hinges. Most of this building above ground isn't really a structure anymore. You're right at the edge of the complete devastation of the blast zone. So there's not. This is a pile of rubble with some faint structure to it. But he backs the APC up, so you're going to go straight in through the door. Heil immediately hits the exit button and jumps out first, because he just presumes he's going to be leading the way, and he's sort of on Salvo's side. The quicker we're in and out, the easier this payday is going to be, and the less opposition we're likely to face.
As soon as we bust into this entrance, Hijack is just gonna do a quick scan to locate any access points he can.
So you do a scan.
Ooh.
Uh,
Ugh,
yeah,
rats
you
are fucking
can't.
with my scan.
Yeah, you're getting vague signals. There must be something in the area, but you can't. Maybe it's the radiation. Maybe it's the random shorted out electrical wiring and everything that's around here, but you cannot pin down any entry points for any architectures that may exist in the area. So, Heil's leading the way in. Who else goes with? Because Plague at this point is sort of volunteering that he can come in, but how much help he'll be in a firefight, he's been a little bit reticent recently after maybe feeling like he's under contributed when you guys have got into gunplay. So he's like, it's up to you whether you've got the speed heals. I can come in with you, or I can wait here and be ready as a fallback if you need me.
He's the medic. I'd say who's gonna patch us up, man. I know we got the speed heals, but you know, we got to reattach something. Might need your hand.
If you don't want to get involved in the firefights, that's fine. Just should still come with us though, just in case we need to be patched up. Just I guess focus on that and stick to what you're comfortable.
Okay, cool. He's been a bit down lately because he felt like maybe you've had a couple of big combat situations, and he's felt like a bit of a hindrance. Which obviously, you guys don't feel the same, but his feelings on it don't necessarily align with yours. But yeah, you tell him you're happy for him to come in, and he picks up a bit, and he's like, okay, I'll bring up the bag. Okay, so Heil's leading. Who is going in next? What's your marching order, so to speak?
Hijack will follow Hyle. He's itching to get going.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so as you're the first two in, I'll
Hi-
do. Go on.
I would say that he would mention to the others that they should probably hang back just a little bit because him and Hyal can use their IR optics and the flashlights. It's dark. The flashlights might be a little bit of a send off, but until then, let's stick together and be ready for anyone who might be coming because I don't think we've seen the last of any kind of party coming for this.
Solid plan. And so, can you give me, as you're the first two in, can you give me a perception check, please? Although I'll be honest, it looks like high on my X-ray vision at this point.
Yeah, I'll follow in afterwards. After hijack.
What's the
Yeah.
what's the lighting like? Because if it's bright, I would want to stick together.
Yeah, it's pretty dark. You don't see. I mean, you don't know whether there's still power to the building. You've not found out. Maybe you could get a bit further in and try looking for whether there's any. I'll allow you in a bit to look again for access points.
He's just
I'm
having
not.
huge PTSD from the sewers of, oh, you guys are just walking down here with flashlights, huh? Let's stick around and shoot the fuck out of you.
You think that you know that your plan is to go below ground, so you think that once you get a level or two down, the radiation may be interfering with things less, and you'll have a better shot.
Fair enough. Sounds good.
Okay. But Heil is sort of sweeping the place, and he does jump at one point because he sees movement, but then he doesn't actually put his finger on the trigger as he realizes it's a nest of overly large but not actually threatening to people your size rats, and he points them out quickly and then does a quick hand wave to indicate ignore them.
Once it gets dark enough, I'm going to put on my night vision goggles.
Oh man, beautiful. Do we all have night vision then? That's a lot more comforting.
I don't. We got some on the last job that I picked up. I
So,
don't remember if you had some or not. You may have because you were.
well,
You
I
were
have because I had bought Cyber Eyes at the night market, so I'm all good. So I would say that we give the other set to Plague then. That way we don't have to use any flashlights or anything like that in here.
Yeah, there were discussions about night vision after adventures in the sewers. So yeah, I'm gonna presume you guys all have night vision sorted because we've mentioned it before, and I try not to be more of a dick than I have to be, or more than it's fun to be. It's probably more honest. Right. So
It's
Heil
almost like we're a little professional now.
Heil quite quickly finds his way to the center of the building, which is there's a stairwell which wraps around, goes alongside an elevator shaft, and he says, "Look, it's up to you. Do you want to check is the power to this thing or stairs? But choose quick."
Hijack will go ahead and scan for an access point.
Give me that scan. That's better.
And assuming that
Yeah.
there is a node here, he's going to go ahead and interface with it and go ahead and try and pathfinder out the architecture.
Yeah, this is.
Oh,
There's not actually a wireless node here, but there is it's basically you jack straight into a service panel on the elevator controls.
okay. Well, in that case, he probably wouldn't interface with it because he'd have to take off his environmental suit, I'm assuming, to
No,
utilize, right?
it's fine. You have these suits are high end. They're designed with people's capabilities in mind. So
Okay.
if you have interface plugs, you
Yep.
interface with the suit, and then the suit has its own interface plugs, which you can then it's like an extension lead running through the suit.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah. All right. Then yeah, that's how you guys will just see a little cable extend out uh into this little node here.
Yeah, just slides in there into this little dial mechanism, and it starts spinning around. It's like from R2-D2 on the Death Star style, and you can't really tell what's in there. You feel like you're just going to have to. Maybe this place is this architecture's old, so you may just have to jump in and hope for the best, and hope for the fact that you're remembering, this wasn't a security company or anything. This was
Yeah.
this was like the equivalent of Radio Shack. Can't really tell. So yeah,
All right. Yeah, he will go ahead and move down to the first level then.
okay. You jump to the first level. There is a password there.
He's gonna boot up some of his booster programs, namely his own little special copy of Worm to give him a bonus to cracking it. So it's just a +2.
hmm And oh
Uh,
look, you got a +2 from chat as well.
well that negates that crit and then gives me another 2, so that worked out well.
Well, hang on. That's what 11 becomes a 9. Is that?
Yep.
And then you have +2 from your booster, and then +2 from me in chat as well. So yeah, that 13 is enough.
Sweet.
This is a commercial elevator. Yeah, you slide straight in there, and it's a similar experience, but even simpler than the garbage truck. There is no security on this thing. Once you get through the password, there's no ice, there's no nothing, just control of the elevator. So
Okay.
there's obviously power here. You've jacked into something.
I think I can get it running. Let me try and take control.
And immediately you hear a sort of creaking sound at first, which then builds up into a steady, like there's a couple of clunks as the creak, and then it picks up in pitch as the cables start running at full speed, and you can hear the thing moving up.
Okay,
Once
and
we got
then
power.
before he leaves, he's gonna write a virus that essentially can type in a code on the keypad after they've traveled down, and it will lock the elevator out from anyone else trying to access it, except until that code is re-entered into the keypad. It'll just be like a sequence of 4 numbers.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
So 10.
Okay, nothing wrong with that. Again, you're not dealing with high security. And as you're doing this, the doors open into a void.
Oh shit.
And then it occurs to you, you could hear you got the winches started running, and you could hear those start up and the cables running through. But you look down, and then you look up at what were previously 6 floors of building, which has been destroyed. And you think, oh yeah, the top of the shaft isn't there. Yeah, you're not going anywhere in this elevator.
Hijack feels
It's
a little silly.
so stairs it is.
Mm.
And some would call me mean for giving you that option and then taking it away from you. But
Not at all.
okay, you start heading down the stairs. Heil is taking the lead again. Do you want to give me another perception check since you're in second position, Hijack?
Sounds good.
Ooh. We might need you. Heil is not as perceptive as he has been the rest of the day. Okay, you start making your way down, and you can see there are signs spray painted on the wall at each level. Just says, SB1, SB2, and as you get to, it's sub basement level 3 that you're aiming for. As you get to SB2, you hear some form of movement. You're not sure what it is, but you definitely hear movement from. It's from beyond the. There is now a fire door that leads onto that level, onto level 2,
Hijack
and you hear
will
movement behind that door.
Hijack will tap Kyle on the shoulder and then like raise his hand for everyone else, and then when he's got their attention, he's just gonna tap his ear and point at that door,
Mm.
but not say anything.
So Hyle steps right up to the door and listens more carefully. Okay, yeah. Now you can see recognition on his. Okay. You can't see recognition on his face because you can't really see it inside this NBC exosuit. But he makes a motion that he taps his ear and points through to indicate that now he can hear it as well, and then does motions to the door or down, like he's asking the question: do you investigate what's on the second floor, or do you keep going down?
Hijack will just look over at Locke and Trauma and see what they think.
I'm going to point down.
He'll nod and agree. That's what he was thinking.
Okay, you head down. You continue down. Next level is, as far as you're aware, the level you are aiming for. So,
As they're walking, Hijack will look back at Locke and just be like, "But now that we know something is up there behind us, make sure you pay attention as well."
Yeah, since I'm kind of in the third in line or maybe fourth, I'll kind of just keep looking over my shoulder up in that general direction.
He'll say the same thing to Trauma as well.
once you've moved down, that noise was very slight, so you don't know whether it was a very quiet noise close to the door or a louder noise more distant. But once you move down a level, you can't hear anything from back up there.
You got
And
me on my toes.
You're very aware of any noise from up there. And Hyle keeps moving. Down you go, down to level 3. This is the floor you're aiming for. Perception check again, please. I know I'm asking for a few of these. Yeah, nothing. You don't hear anything from up above you, and you don't hear anything ahead. Hal doesn't hear anything either, so he reaches out and slowly draws the door open, rifle up in the ready position, and starts moving in. Now you don't have you've seen the size of the building, so you know it's not massive. You're talking maybe 200 feet to a side square, so it's not the biggest floor. It's not like you're not searching multiple football fields or anything like that. But you're coming out into, this is a like central stairwell, so you're coming out into the north side. How can I best describe it? Imagine the building is a square. In the center is a stairwell and the elevator, and then there are offices or other other rooms all the way around the outside. So you come out into a corridor, and you've got left and right, and you've got doors opposite you as well. No indication of noise, no sign of movement. What's your plan?
Um, is the door across from them the closest, or um, is it like the rooms flanking sides are closer?
There are no rooms on this. This central section is just transport, so it's just the
Oh,
stairwell
okay, I see.
and what was the elevator. So yeah, there's a door straight ahead of you. That would be the closest door you could go into.
I would assume we're all just carefully continuing forward, but he'll go ahead and scan one more time while they're moving just to see if there's anything he notices. Didn't. Man,
Not so much luck today.
Yeah,
I'm trying not to burn it in case we really need it for something, but
No, I'm just saying you just generally just usually
yeah.
roll pretty good. Not so much today.
Mm-mm.
yeah. You're thinking that it may be that there are no active systems on this floor. It may be that obviously you're below ground now, and maybe the ground is saturated with irradiated water. So maybe that's interfering with things and making it difficult to get anything done down here. You're starting to think that maybe wireless isn't going to be your friend, and anything that might be active might need to be direct connection, like with the elevator. But yeah, you can't pick out. You know there are signals down here somewhere, but you're not sure where, and you don't have. Um, you guys weren't able in the time to source any sort of um, blueprint or guide which would tell you where to go. So you're literally just in this corridor. You have left, you have right, and you have doors along the north wall opposite. There are 3 doors along that wall. One directly in front of you and one either side, sort of equidistant.
Hijack will look over at Hi all and Lock and Trauma and just be like, all right, well, where do we go now?
Let's try the door in the middle. This is apparently we're looking for a large room, right, with a bunch of boxes or something. So
Mm-hmm.
All right, take a peek in, see what's in there, let us know.
Heil approaches the door side on, checks the handle, yeah, moves, and then pushes in and sweeps around. No sign of any movements. Yeah, no sign of anything in there, like anything living. Um, there are a bunch of all around the walls of this building, of this room. There are. Think of it similar to filing cabinets, but more on the scale of. In fact, I know exactly what they look like. Um, you know when you see morgues, like on a TV program or in a film or whatever, and so it's think of it like a filing cabinet, but these are big units set into walls with heavy steel doors on them. That's what this entire room is. Just all the way around are these heavy reinforced cabinets.
it's kind of what we're looking for, yeah.
Yeah, and he got a decent perception check, so I'm not going to make anyone ask to check it. He looks around and he says, "Well, this room seems to be like 620 to 680." So, you know, we have to keep moving.
Yeah, let's head to the door on the right. We had a center, and then there was one on the right, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
So that would make sense, I think. Let's see what they got in that door.
Yep. You go to the right. He does same kind of controlled entry. Again, sweeps the room, checks it's clear, doesn't see anything. Similar sort of cabinets in this room, but these ones are maybe a smaller scale. So, and he checks the like first and last because it's the ones immediately on the left and then on the right of the door. They seem to go. The numbers seem to go around the room clockwise. And he says, "Yeah, we've got 681, and we're ending up at 881.
Right
So
hallway it is.
we're getting closer." Next door, you come around the corner. Okay. Heil is not surprised as he comes round that corner and is confronted by three of the things that you saw before, which you recognized as probably at one point dogs. There are three of them in this corridor. Now, yep, and they seem to have noticed you. So, give me, give me initiative checks, but this may be quite quick. And Hijack is going fast.
Yeah, he is the coffee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the coffee. Yeah.
Thanks to Tiny Tim.
And Locke is going fast as well. Plague is not going as fast, and Heil is close to you two, but just behind. But basically, all of you apart from Plague are going to beat the dogs. So, Hijack, what do? You come around this corner, and they're immediately there. You don't have to make a check. Like Heil immediately just eyes indicates them and raises his rifle.
He's doing the same thing. He's got his suppressed SMG. He's just gonna raise it up and shoot at the dogs. Not really caring too much which one he hits.
Okay, so what are we talking? Are we talking suppressive fire, or are we talking actually shooting to damage?
Shooting to damage.
Give me that roll.
I accidentally hit it twice.
That's at this range. That's not difficult. So give me, and you're going to be on the max damage multiplier because I presume you're using auto fire.
Yes.
Yeah. So
that's 10 bullets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So give me your damage roll.
Oh.
But that's times 3, I want to say. Let's see. Double check. Unless you know the max multiplier with your SMG off the top of your head.
I see. It is. Oh wait, I don't have it on here.
Yep, it is 3. Okay. So you pump rounds into the closest one of these animals, and it doesn't quite kill it outright, but the thing is, oh yeah, it is down and whimpering, so it's not dead, but it's taken a serious load of damage. Locke, you're next up.
I will also shoot my SMG. I actually haven't shot this yet. I've always done melee, so I think I have my sheet set up correctly. It's going to be pistols, heavy pistols is what the skill I have it, or sorry, handgun is what I have it set to, and the damage is 2d6, I believe. So I'm going
Yep.
to try the attack roll here and see what happens. I'm going
So you're not doing auto fire then?
to
Because the auto fire, you have to use the auto fire skill.
yeah, I don't have any skills in that, so I'll just use the regular one.
Yeah, cool.
Okay. And does it have a
Yeah.
rate of fire 2? Do I, or don't remember what the rate of
It's
fire
a
is.
standard SMG or heavy?
Standard. Yeah.
Find the right table for that. Flicking through too many things. You know what? I'm gonna say it's ROF2, so feel free to give me damage on that shot, and
Oh, well, okay. So
yeah,
the first damage then.
yeah,
Nice.
you basically pretty much put down another. Again, it's not completely dead, but it's seriously wounded that it does not look like it has any intention of coming towards you.
So I have
And
a second shot, so I guess I will aim that at the other one then.
yeah,
And
so
I'll roll
give me the
damage.
damage on that. Yeah, that one doesn't take as much, but it's still seriously hurt, and at the same time, it sees its friends go down straight away. These animals have not faced gunfire before, so they don't look like there's any fight left in them. And Heil, his AR is not suppressed, so you see it looks like he wants to go and just finish them off, and then he holds back, and they very quickly these dogs slink off as fast as they can drag themselves, and they you can hear them. There's obviously there must be like a gap through which they enter and exit, because they didn't come down the stairs, and you hear them carrying themselves off as fast as they can limp away round the corner.
We got some +2s from chat as well. So on
Yeah, we do. So remember to make use of those when they come up. Okay. Heil waits a couple of seconds and just, lets the noise continue off, and then goes straight for the next door, because he's obviously worried. Can I just check, Locke, was your SMG, is it suppressed as well?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we
cool.
we picked that up from the previous some of the previous jobs that we've had.
Yeah.
Suppressors.
Yeah. Okay. So even though those guns were suppressed, Heil is noticeably a little more alert just now that you've made some noise. It's not like you were sneaking around the place on tiptoes, but there's now been gunfire in confined hallways, and it's well, it wasn't as loud as it could be. He'd prefer not to have the noise, so he goes straight to the next door, shoulders it open, sweeps quickly, and looks straight to the right of him. Obviously, isn't happy with the number that he sees, and ducks straight back out of the room. Round the corner and onto the next one. Through the door. Looks to his right. And it's like, yeah, this is 1422. It's in here. And he goes into the room and starts hunting around. Well, starts looking through the looking down the lines to try and locate the right cabinet.
I think we all probably follow along.
Yep.
Okay, cool. You follow along, and quickly enough, again, this is not something I'm going to make you roll for and waste one of your precious +2s, although you do have stock of them now. You can easily, you all know how to count, so you can find number 1337. This room, the doors are more sort of, they're still just as deep, the cabinets, but it seems like each room holds different sized cabinets. They're all uniform within a room, but each room is a different set. So these ones are about 3 feet wide by 1.5 feet tall. And let's see. Hijack, you are the one who comes across 1337.
He's going to let everyone know he found it and immediately scan and see what he notices. And I'm going to use a point of luck here as well. Oh wait, no, we've got +2s, don't we? Never mind.
You do. There you go. A 19, that is plenty. So yeah, you take a look and you realize there's a sort of a small level access point on each of these drawers or cabinets. And yeah, there is it's a direct interface plug that you can just connect into.
All right, he is not even going to wait. He's just going to interface with it.
I'm gonna head over to the
And-
cabinet with him.
Okay.
He's working on getting interfaced.
While he's doing that, he's gonna just quietly be like, "I'm gonna see what kind of security it's got, and hopefully we can be out of here quick." Before he does anything, he's gonna spend a moment to pop all his booster programs, and now he's going to pathfind.
Good call. Yeah, there wasn't any security in any of the previous areas that you came to. There is here. So you look into it, you look into this mini architecture, and this room must be fucking expensive because this cabinet, and presumably you would guess all of the others, or maybe it's only certain ones, but has its own small scale architecture. So there is a hellhound waiting before you can deal with the password on this.
Hmm.
And that's, considering how many of these drawers there are, that's a lot of money to invest. But what the hell? It's there.
All right, yeah, he's not He's not even gonna flinch. He's just gonna pop his armor and go right for this hellhound.
Okay, you go in.
And I'm going
That's,
to
I believe you have to make a speed check to start with.
yes. My speed check, which I believe is just an interface roll. One second here. No, initial black icing. Sorry. There we go.
Okay, you're good. Yeah, this hellhound is not quick enough to grab you, so you get chance to mess it up before it does anything to you.
Using my sword.
Yep, give me some damage. And this, while this program is there, it does look like the hellhound that you're facing looks now that you've got a clearer look at it, it looks sort of digitally emaciated. Like the texture patterns on it aren't mapping properly, and it's more on the greyhound end of size rather than the like a Rottweiler or something like that. Oof. Yeah,
Nice.
you take your sword and you just slide it straight down this thing's digital gullet, and it dissipates, explodes into pixels around.
So I would like to note that his model of a sword is a sword that uses lasers to do it. A copyright friendly. I believe we
Plasma
all.
sword.
Yeah, plasma
Yes,
sword.
Yeah.
yes, you use your um, laser melee weapon and insert it into this program, which promptly decompiles. There is a password there.
All right. I think you know what I'm gonna do.
Hmm.
Oh,
Oof.
oh.
Uh,
Wow.
yeah, that with that result, you go for the password and you you're working around it in virtual space, and you think this thing's corrupted. You don't think there's any way to get through this password. You think maybe the actual password itself has been deleted, or the way that it accesses the program. It just, there's nothing here that you can do.
Hijack's just gonna start cursing. Just fuck. God, fucking damn it.
What's going on,
It's
man?
corrupted. I don't. It's corrupted. I'm not sure. When we pull these files, I don't know what's gonna happen. I can't get into this system. I don't know if there's some kind of security systems in place. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck we're facing here. And I don't think there's anything I can do.
Can we just take a crowbar to it, or
I mean, yeah, of course that's an option. I'm just saying we don't know what's gonna happen when you know what I'm saying? You break into a store, the alarm goes off. I was hoping to find out what kind of alarms they got. Feel me?
yeah? Can I take a look and see if there's any kind of mechanical locks, like if it's there's must be
Yeah,
pressure or something.
there's a fairly it's a fairly basic mechanical lock on this. You don't think, even though these cabinets are heavily built, but it's think of it like you would build like a bomb sheltered door. It's like you're talking heavy construction, but it's not necessarily to withstand robbery so much as external impact. It's intended that if this building came down, these boxes would survive.
Hmm.
So you think the lock is actually fairly simple for how heavy the door is, and you also think that it's more designed to resist outside force than to resist being opened. You think you could either brute force it or manually get through the lock relatively simply.
So you can't. So you don't see anything on this box as far as security. Can you check any nodes in the room to see if there might be a connection to the boxes? Can you go in from that side instead of looking at the box?
Yeah, I'll look around and he'll just jack out and try and scan the rest of the area.
You you scan, and I mean you had it with your scan from earlier. You can see that basically each one of these boxes is their own self-contained architecture. They're not plugged into anything else.
Is there
Like
anything besides the boxes that I would have seen?
there's probably there's the lighting and temperature controls for the room. Other than that, there's not really anything in here of note. This seems to just be a storage room.
With that, hijack would just look at Locke and be like, "There's, nah, man, nothing here."
Well, I guess all we have left to do then is to open it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Would that be is lockpicking a skill or is it basic tech or where we? Oh, pick lock. Here we go. Okay.
Either pick
Uh,
lock or electronic security, depending on what kind of lock it is.
what do you think, Panda?
Yeah, the lock is manual. Yeah, the with with the +2, that will actually get you through this lock. It is not, as I said, it's not the most complex of locks. However, just as you feel it click that last tumbler into place, you take 11 points of damage directly to you as the door that you're lent against suddenly, and you're working on this, suddenly electrifies.
Oh, great.
But it's swinging open now.
Oh, fantastic. Um,
Is it just the one zap, or does it stay electrified?
yeah, am I like
It's just
riding the
a
lightning right now?
blast.
Like,
Okay.
No, it's just a blast. You feel like it's a stored charge that doesn't seem to be. This isn't locked into any particular outdoor system or anything else. You feel like it's a self-contained charge, and once it dissipates, it either takes time to rebuild or that's it, and it would need to be replaced.
we just go like, fuck, and then we kind of step back and kind of rotate my shoulder a little bit and be like, yeah, it's hot, but it'll get my hand off of it, so I don't think it's not a continuous current. Um, and hmm, I
Yeah,
will.
you can easily test it. You like take some foil and throw it at it, and you can. It's easy enough to establish that the charge is gone.
All right, so then I'll take a look inside the box. What we got in there?
And you look inside, and at first you don't see anything until you realize that this thing is still painted perfectly black and it's just hidden in the darkness. You can reach in. Well, I don't want to take control from you. Do you reach in and take? You can see it looks like a large briefcase.
Yeah, I'll take my crowbar and just and this time I'll put gloves on. I'll
Mm-hmm.
have some insulated gloves, and I'll just kind of reach in with my crowbar and lift up the suitcase and kind of pull it towards me. So I don't want to be inside. I got the insulated gloves on. I'm just kind of lifting it up and kind of to the side. So I'm kind of kind of leaning in and just kind of lifting and then pulling it out, so I'm not in direct line of the cabinet either.
Yep, absolutely. You take your precautions. You lever it out. There is no sign of anything else. It seems like the door was the final security layer. And you have this case in front of you. It's steel. It's painted black, and it has a handle on it, lock, and well, a small electronic lock. What you presume is a lock panel, a digital panel, and a little non-painted plaque screwed onto it, which says 1337.
All right, it sounds like the box. I don't want to open it here because I'm afraid that it might damage the contents from the radiation that's still here. So I think we got the briefcase. I guess let's get back to the van then, unless there might be anything else here we want to grab real quick, but I don't really even know where to start.
Heil looks at you and says, "Look, you can go fucking treasure hunting if you want, but I'm here to do a job. We've got a payday, and we have no fucking clue what's in any of these other things. And you just got your ass fried. So
Good point.
I'm leaving
mean-
with that thing. You can come with me or not."
Look, we can. If you give me a few minutes, we can check these out and see if there's any potentially valuable tech. I mean, we're in here. Why don't we want money, right? Some of this shit could be worth millions, man.
So someone give me a conversation roll. Or is it conversation? Persuasion, I think it might be. Or if you don't have persuasion, give me something else that you think is relevant.
There you
Okay,
go.
right. 19. Okay. Heil is clearly irritated, but you talk him down a little bit, and he just goes, "You know what? Fine. Just don't. If you get me murdered, I'm never gonna fucking let you live it down."
He's with that. He's not even gonna wait. He's just gonna interface with the next closest one.
Heil is in like a kneeling position with his AR now just trained on the doorway that you came in through.
Ooh.
Oof. You know what? With a roll like that, I'm gonna say you quickly identify the because that is a hell of a roll, and then you've got another +2 as well because you've got loads of them
29.
because chat loves you guys and hates me. So this isn't a competition. Yeah, with that you can pick out from this room 4 of these cabinets, which seem to have considerably higher level. Like some of them just have a password, some of them have a password and like minor ice. You pick out the 4 that are most heavily defended, and therefore your best guess is probably the highest value items.
He's going for the worst one.
Okay. In fact, let's see. There are 2 which are the highest end ones, and they have too many notes. Too many notes. Okay, so both of them are they're identical in construction, and they both appear to have 4 levels to them, which is pretty ridiculous for something this size. And they both start out with hellhounds and passwords on the first floor, and you can't see past that.
Okay. Um, Same thing. He's gonna res up his boosters and his armor, and the first one he's gonna go right for that hellhound.
Okay, so you know what you're doing. Speed check first. Yeah, yep. You avoid that one. So see if you can take it out.
Is there a password that it's guarding? You said.
Yep.
Okay, so I mean, I'm gonna have to take it out then. Yeah. So he's gonna go ahead and swing.
The people setting up these architectures were not being nice about it. Yeah, that's gonna hit the hellhound.
You love to see it.
Oof. Nice. Yep. Straight through it. So give me that back door.
And kids, remember, don't be asking for that on the streets.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, you are through that password. And this next floor has a control node. That's all that's on the floor.
Okay. Um, you will go ahead and take control of the node.
Okay, give me that roll.
Ah,
Okay, so you failed to take control of it. Uh, no, you still, even with a +2, you do still take control of it. Sorry, you still fail to take control of it, but you've not messed things up. You can just literally try again if you want.
okay.
Yeah, much easier. You take control of it, and it's the control for opening the door.
All right. He's going to just hold on to control of that, and then he is going to move to the next level.
Okay, you move to the next level. Give me a speed check.
Oh, son of a gun. Oops, wrong one. There we go.
Okay, you do not get insta-fried by the lich.
Oh boy.
Son of a bitch. Is there. So, did I notice anything on this level besides the lich, or is it just a lich?
There's a lich and a password.
Fuck. Um, son of a bitch. Um, I think I could take.
Come on, man. No guts, no
I
glory.
think I agree. No guts, no glory. Hijack is just gonna like let out a breath and then just go ahead and attack.
Give me that roll, man. Okay,
Does luck
give me
count
the
on
damage.
damage?
It doesn't,
All
but
right.
since you guys have got a few of them, I will allow you to take the +2 on the damage if you want,
No, it's okay. We'll save those.
because I'm just that generous a guy. Oof. Okay. You slice into this lich, and even though the thing is, again, it looks like the program's a bit degraded. Like you wouldn't have wanted to be in this place 20 years ago. But it's not. It's not enough to take it down. Not
All
in
right.
one shot. Think. Do you have another action left?
I do. I've got one more, and I've also got another copy of Sword. So, just for moments like
Mhm.
this.
This is why we double off on programs, ladies and gents. Very nice. Give me that damage. May not be the best roll, but it's enough. Yeah, that finishes off the lich. Yeah. Always have a second copy of your attack programs.
Always. He was sweating a little bit there.
Yeah. Backup
All right.
attack programs are like condoms. It's better to have them and not need them than need them and not have them.
Ugh.
All right. Now to go on to this
Okay.
password.
Password. And the +2 gets you through this. This is a much tougher password than some of the ones that you've previously encountered. Okay. And we're on a new round, so are you going straight down?
Yep, I'm going to the final floor, correct?
Mm-hmm. Final floor. There is a control node.
All right. I'm gonna try and seize control.
Mm-hmm. You do. And I'm going to
Ooh.
guess at what you want to do with this because this is the control for the electrical discharge trap, which uh, made a mess of Locke's hands.
He is going to deactivate that one and then go ahead and open the drawer and just safely jack out.
Yeah. See how they tried to lure you in, try putting the lock control right up front so you could just go for that if you didn't
Mm.
think it through. Wily little netrunner. You open it up, and there is another. It's almost an identical case to the one that you have. It's maybe about 3 inches thinner, and it just says 1221. Other than that, it appearance wise identical externally.
Do you guys? He's gonna. As soon as he opens this, he's gonna look at the rest of them and be like, "Do you want me to go? There's one more that's potentially worth our time. Should I go for it?"
How long have we spent doing this? Like, how long is the net stuff that we do?
I mean, that's taken what 9 seconds total from him
Oh, yeah,
checking in to.
go for it, man. 9
All right.
seconds. We can afford, at least a minute. So
All right. He'll walk over to the next case and interface with it and immediately fire up his programs on the first turn, then take his second turn to Pathfind.
Yep. You pathfind, and you're looking at a very familiar setup.
Figures. All right. He is going to go for that first Hellhound.
speed check. Jeez, one of these is gonna catch you, man. Go
Not
on.
likely. I've got good programs.
Go on, murder the cyber puppy.
Ooh.
Yeah, first time round. So your laser sword
Laser saber.
slashes straight through it. No difficulty whatsoever. Slices through the outdated program.
All right. Now this first password.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at the minute you're rolling well enough that the +2s are just being eaten up at this point. Yeah, you're straight through.
All right. He's going to ignore the first control node and just slide directly to the level that he's assuming has a lich as well.
Okay. You know you'll have to go back to that control node
Yeah.
later to open it, but
Yeah.
absolutely fair enough. So straight through to the lich, and I'm presuming that you're timing it to do it on a fresh round because why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So give me that speed check. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, someone thinks he's faster than my Litchy boy. Oh my fucking god. Take 5 points of damage.
All right. I've got armor up, so that will be lowered by 4.
Nice.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, I have some anticlimactic dice at times. But it's good. They tell a story. This is an old, decrepit program. Go on. Kill it. Kill it dead.
Ooh. An 11.
You know what? That becomes a. I think you still have at least one +2 left. That becomes a 13, and you will hit it.
Nice.
And then once more, because I'm assuming that
Yeah.
was not enough.
Yeah, that is not enough. That takes a chunk out of it.
Nice. There you go.
Second one, you have one plasma sword goes in, and the lich is looking at you with vengeance in its dead,
Okay.
pixelated eyes, and then
I
the
would like
second one
to.
also.
I'd like to
Go.
add that I just have one plasma sword, but it happens to have 2 ends, so the other end just switches on.
Oh, that's just tempting fate, dude. Oh, we need to
Let me
put
chop
you
off
in
your
a
legs.
fight in. Yeah,
Have you fall down a hole.
some digital massive nuclear reactor with a hole in the center of it. Okay, you know what you've got left. You have a password, yeah, straight through, and then
Alright.
you've got 2 control nodes if you want to deal with them. Mm-hmm. Yep. Second one. And I hope you're noting down the numbers of these cases.
Oh.
The first one was 1221, correct?
Mm-hmm. And
Alright.
this is quite close to it. It's 1226.
Got it.
Okay, and that took you even less time. That took you about 6 seconds because you knew exactly what to expect there.
Alright, yeah, he'll safely jack out, and once this one's open, he'll grab 1221 and he'll point to trauma and just be like, "Hey, grab that one and let's get moving."
Can you write them down? I can't make
Yeah,
notes
I've
right
got
now.
I've got them written down.
Cool.
I've got them in my notes. I'm not actually that petty to say. You don't remember the numbers? They've disappeared. Right. Okay, you have 3 cases now. This one is quite similar to 1236 is a similar, if not identical, size to 1221. So, straight up exiting.
Sounds like a good idea.
Let's
Okay.
move.
Heil, still somewhat irritated, but clearly relieved to be on the way out, leads the way. Same formation on the way out as in, I presume?
Yep.
Okay. Starts heading back up the stairs. Pauses just before the landing for sub-basement 2. You can hear noise again.
Mm.
So Heil then sets up. It's still coming from behind the door. So he takes position opposite the door with his rifle trained on it and motions you all to move past
Okay.
as he covers the door.
All right. We will do so.
Okay, everyone files past. Nothing bursts out of the door. So he motions for you to like continue up a bit, and then once you're up to the next floor, then he follows on. You all booking it towards the, well, at a sensible speed towards the APC.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yep.
You work your way up. Sub-basement 1. Basement level. You emerge back up to the ground floor or first floor of this destroyed building. Start working your way out.
As we're approaching the surface, Hijack is going to fall back just a little bit out, hopefully out of earshot of Kyle, and he's gonna kind of backtrack to Locke and going to whisper. I reached out to Hyal to try to pay him off. Not respond. Trust him. It was the same amount we made on this job.
For what it's worth, there was a response to that message. It just said, as long as I get paid the same and I'm not blackballed, we're good.
Okay, then never mind.
All right. Yeah.
We will just approach as intended.
Okay.
Okay.
So head towards the vehicle.
Yep. You pile out into the APC. Again, I think if you're back in the second position, Hijack, then give me a perception check as well.
You got it. Ooh. He's a little anxious right now.
Okay. So, yep, you don't see any additional threats or anything having hit. You come out, you pile into the APC. Door closes. Off you head. As soon as it shuts, then salvo guns the engine, heads off towards your pickup point or drop off point, however you want to see it. And then shouts back, okay, what's the fucking plan? Like, you guys are all fucking, I don't know, it's like some bloody some Pride and Prejudice tension, social awkwardness situation. Just what are we doing?
So I'll write. I say, okay, let's head out, and then I'll ping the new extraction point. This is where we're headed, and
I'll get
I'll
to work
start.
on the GPS.
All right, and I'll start putting some of the bodies into. Well, we can't put them in yet. I'm just gonna get the bodies out and ready. Um, and basically, what the plan is, and I'll just say, okay, so as soon as we're on the edge here, outside of this rad zone, I want to throw these guys into three of these guys into the suits. Do we want to keep, or do we want to? How many of these suits do we want to keep? Do we want to keep any of them?
I don't have a use for it. If you're the tech guy, if you could use one of these, it's on you.
Um, okay. Uh, so go ahead and let's see. See, I guess we would. Can you make the GPS so that it just pings the same location for two of these units?
Yeah. Let me go ahead and try and break the password and let the virus in.
Just so have two of them stay right where they are, like in this area here.
Ugh.
Well, that's not too bad because that becomes an 8, and I just gave you a +2 because I think you were out. So that's a 10. That'll do it.
Oh,
These things aren't complex. They're designed not to be found in the first place.
He'll pull the 2 memory chips out of the ones that they've rigged up so far, so there's no evidence of what went down.
okay. And all right. So the plan is we got two of these suits that we can take with us. That we're gonna say are still in the location or whatever it is. Let's drive to the rendezvous point. We'll call the guy, tell him we got heavy resistance. We'll do that when we're on our way. But once we're at the spot, we'll put in the call. We'll blow the van or blow this APC. Leave three of the bodies in the remaining mechs in various stages of getting out of the suits. You know, maybe we can have one body on the side, leave a body inside, one of them with some part of it open, like half of it off or something like that. Same with the other one. Um, and we'll call Travis and have Travis pick us up the couple blocks over. I think once we put the call in, that we're under heavy fire, and we're going to have to try to um, proceed on foot. We're probably going to end up having we might have this crew coming in to pick us up, so we're going to have to be quick. Um, and I'm just going to. I have the grenades. So my plan, Panda, is what I'm thinking in my head is I'm going to have one. Um, I'm going to tape to the outside of the wherever I can find the basically the gas tank, pretty much. And then the other one I'm going to detonate inside. Um, and so I just want to kind of rig this um, to blow 30 seconds once we're outside of the vehicle. And even if it's something crude, like if I got to tie slap the one that's on the gas tank, tie a string to the pin, and just like run a line so I can pull it
Yeah,
and then like run out of there, I can do
yeah,
that.
yeah. You can arrange this easily enough. Um, the way the APC is built, to sort of withstand, small arms fire, IEDs, and things, you think it would probably be more effective to just do 2 inside uh, than to uh, than to try, like, the gas tank isn't really exposed on this thing. The gas tank is buried inside a block for specifically this reason,
Mm,
so
okay.
that getting to it externally is not a simple matter.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just rig both of them to kind of blow. And yeah, no APC for us, Capricious. Uh, so I think that should be set. So we got the bodies ready to go. We're driving to the exfil point. I'm gonna call Travis. I'm gonna say we're coming in. Should be there in just a couple minutes. And meet you at the designated location.
All right, man. I'm cool with that. Ready to go. You guys head to the exfil point, to your planned exfil point, rather than the one arranged with your employer. You set everything up as you wanted to, and then give me perception checks, please.
At least one of us can see.
Yeah, just as you're you've got the bodies in place, like posed in the suits, like for however much it's gonna matter once these grenades go off in that confined space. Um, you're rigging up the grenades to like one of them's just in there, and you're trusting that the other will set it off once it explodes, because it will. And you're rigging the other up with just a length of string or whatever, just wedging it in place so you can pull the pin from a distance. And then suddenly, Locke, you feel well, Hijack, you get this odd feeling like prickling on the back of your neck, and you look up to the roof of a nearby building, and you swear you can see movement there. Just as there's a jerk and a bit of a flash, and Locke, you feel something go right through the back of your leg.
Hmm.
Actually, this is a point. Would you be at this point when you're just about to do the grenades? What would you be wearing? Would you still be in the exosuit, or would you be in your own gear?
Depends on where we're at. If we're close to if we're pulling up on the exfil location, I would take the exosuit off. If we're still driving there, I'd probably still have it on because we're still in the rad area.
No, this is just outside. This is also how you made it a bit easier with Travis, because you've picked an area just outside the hot zone.
Okay.
Then there's no real danger here.
Okay. Yeah. So then I would not be in the suit.
Right. Okay, but you're still. I'm guessing you've got your regular armor on,
Armor.
so this isn't going to make
Yeah.
much difference to you. So you take 14 points in the leg. So I'm guessing that's like 3
Wow.
after armor.
Okay.
But you now have a broken leg.
Ugh. Jeez.
And initiatives from everybody, please. Hijack, you caught movement just in time, so I'm not going to make you roll for it. You spotted what was supposed to be a covert shot, and you sidestepped into cover just in time.
All right.
Okay. So first up, we have Plague, who, let's see, takes a look around, sees sees where you're looking, um, Hijack. Oh, sorry, I hadn't seen it. No, first up we have Locke. Sorry, I'd looked at the wrong roll. I'd looked at the perception roll there. So, Locke, you're first.
So what do we have? Like, what was I hit by? What was it?
You were hit by. You took a rifle round to the back of your thigh.
So through the APC, or is this like when we had the door open and we're getting ready to get out?
This is as you were literally rigging the grenades to go off.
So like through the door of the
So
APC, or did it shoot through the?
no,
He just
you
had line
have
of sight.
yeah you have the door open
Okay.
because I presume you're not going
Yeah.
to activate the grenades while you're in there. So it was as you were setting up that final grenade to trigger. So as you were outside it, then you've taken this shot to the back of the leg.
So I'm gonna kind of like, fuck, and then I'm gonna grab my leg and say we got company, and we got to. Let's see. We got the suits. Hijack, do you want to bring your? Well, who's got the suits on? I guess is the question. I guess it would be if I took mine off, then it would leave. Um,
I'd
either.
imagine Salvo was not in, or well, no, he was driving, so he's probably still in his. It would have been hard to take his off driving.
Okay.
And Plague was still in one because Plague just felt safer in it.
Yeah, so I believe you and I both are out.
Okay. I'm going to kind of run out and look to see who I can if I can see where this guy is. So I can be aware where he's at on the rooftops.
Yeah, you will. I'm not going to make you take an action for that. Just give me a perception check, and it's going to be fairly easy because you have a bonus from the fact that you've been shot by this person. Yeah. You're aware there are, in fact, you can see both of them. So set up on opposite corners of the same rooftop are two. You can make out the shapes of people with decently sized rifles. You can't really see much more detail at this distance, but yeah, they've just both taken shots at. Well, one was at you, and one was would have been at Hijack, but he spotted it just in time and sort of stepped into cover of a building.
Coffee makes him paranoid.
All right, I'm just gonna shout everybody out, and I'm gonna try to give myself cover, like away, like just angle myself inside the APC in such a way that they don't have a clear line of sight on me,
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
and then just I'm gonna wait until we can get and I'm gonna point out where they are. The building, like south side, east side, whatever side they're up, where I
yeah,
saw them at, so I can and just say use the APC as cover, and then we got to run.
yeah. You're gonna have trouble running at the minute with your.
Yeah, I
You
know.
can, because you're not doing anything else in terms of movement. You can get inside the APC and into effectively cut off their line of sight, so they won't be able to draw a bead on you. But yeah, you're pretty slow at the moment, unfortunately.
What is the modifiers for having a broken leg?
It's either -4 or -6. Leg, broken ribs. -4.
Okay.
-4 to move.
Great.
saw your move.
Yeah, let's take a look.
And that's you've got a minimum of 1, so it can't take you below 1, do you?
They got to move a 5, so um,
Yeah, so you're down to a move of 1 at the minute, but because you were so close to it, you can take your entire action to get inside the APC. That's fine. Okay, so that's you, and Heil. I was going to say he shouts, no, he just comes over comms and says, try and keep them occupied, I'll flank them. You're not going to be able to effectively hit them at this range. Because you're talking, these guys are maybe 120, 150 meters out. So
could we just
most of
could we
the
just
rifles that you have.
could we just
Sorry, go on.
drive the APC down another alleyway
Yeah,
and
you absolutely could just
just try to
pile back into. But at the minute, no one's in the APC because you were rigging it to explode. It's like they've waited until you were all spread out and away from it.
okay.
And obviously, Salvo did not fancy sitting there in the driver's seat while you were messing with grenades in the back. So they've waited until you guys were as spread out as they could be. So if you can all get piled into the APC, then
I'll just
yeah, I'm
drive it.
sure you can.
I'll just drive it myself. Everyone's out. I'm in the back of the APC. I'll just drive it around a corner or something.
Cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, Salvo gets himself into cover, like on a side street, trying to get. He's working around trying to get a better firing position. In fact, he'll take a single shot at this range, but it's an AR rather than a marksman. Oh, actually, yeah, he quite effectively nails one of them, surprisingly. Yeah, so as Hyle's moving, he takes a fairly wild, unaimed shot, just sort of trying to give himself some cover because he knows most of you guys are packing pistols or SMGs, so he's trying to get in a place to be more effective against these long-range rifles. But he actually does catch one full in the shoulder. Doesn't take the guy down, but it clearly hurt him. So yeah, maybe they're not in as superior position as they thought. And next up is Salvo. So without knowing what your plan is, he seems to be, because Salvo's weapon of choice is a shotgun. So he seems to be, he's going like circling the opposite way to, if you imagine Heil is circling anti-clockwise, he's circling clockwise. He's trying to clearly move from cover to cover and get himself back towards the driving seat of the APC. You think he has similar plans to you, but just doesn't know that you're planning on jumping in the driving seat. So that's his go. Hijack.
Seeing that everybody is just dashing for the APC, he likewise is just gonna use his turn to he's gonna just take all his movement he can and get inside there and just ready. and then I think he would just hold his action to be ready to hop out at a moment's notice.
You can do that. You can go and get full cover in the APC if that's all you want to do with your move. It's absolutely fine. Okay. As you're looking around, just give me a perception check. Because you're sort of running around and you're assessing the situation. Okay. You're aware of both those guys up there now. You knew there was at least one there, obviously, because you spotted him just before he could take a shot at you. But you're aware of the position of both of them now. So you can make sure you get effectively in cover from both because they're at opposite corners of the building, you think, to give themselves broader fields of fire. Plague sees what you guys are doing and uses his much-loved grappling hand. He fires it across the street at the door of the APC. The hand grabs the handle and then winches himself at speed, slightly dragging across the tarmac and scraping himself up a bit. He doesn't take any damage, but just ruining maybe the effect he was going for. It doesn't look quite as dramatic as he gets a bit scraped along the way, but pulls himself straight towards the door of the APC. So he's now got the entire vehicle is between him and the two snipers because they're both on the same side of the street. So he's falling in line with. He's just taking your guys' lead. Okay, and now the incredibly slow snipers. They don't have many targets. There are 3 of you that are covered completely by the APC. There's only Pyle and Salvo who are actually out in any position to be shot at. So 1 completely misses Hyle, and 1 plants Salvo through the leg. Oh. Ooh, lucky boy. So it seems like these guys are trying to. They know they have a superior position, and they're aiming to cut down your mobility so they can then finish you off. They try to. The guy tries to plant. Salvo tries to take out his leg the same as he did to you. This is in fact the same one that shot you in the leg lock. Has now had a go at Salvo, but he's taking too much care to hit the leg, and the damage just doesn't make it through the armor. So there's no effect to it, fortunately, because my damage rolls are shit. So yeah, they've both gone, and they stay in their positions and just they're fairly secure of their. Even though one of them did take a hit, they're fairly secure of where they are at the minute, and they think they can just gun you down like fish in a barrel. We won't redo initiative because it'll take up time, and we're running way over. And I wouldn't normally run this late, but with it being the finale, I didn't want to kind of rush you guys and cut out things. So, Locke, you're top of the order.
I guess I would see. I mean, I'm trying to scramble up to the front seat so I can get ready to drive. We just had a couple people in. I guess I would, pop open the door for Salvo and just sit myself up in the passenger seat and just say, just wait for him to get inside. And that's pretty much what I'm going to do with my action. And I'm going to let Travis know, my agent, that we're going to ping him a new location shortly, just coming under fire.
so that message goes through. Give me a perception check as well while you're doing that, just to sort of assess the situation, see if there's anything that might help. Remembering that you have a +2 because chat are too soft on you guys.
Where's perception? So 13.
Okay. You're aware of both the guys on the roof. Nothing else really jumps out at you. You do have, if you know, you're aware that Plague is just outside the passenger side door, and that Salvo is trying to make his way across. He's taken some fire, but it doesn't seem to have had much effect so far. And you think that he can probably make it across in his next burst of speed. You've seen him move. He's not the slowest. Okay. Heil continues trying to make his way round. Takes another wild shot, but he's still not within his best of effective ranges. So it takes a chunk out of the masonry that one of these guys is using for cover. No effect there. He continues moving around down the street. He's becoming a bit separated from you guys, so you may have to pick him up after if he doesn't put these guys down soon. Hijack.
If we are all safely in, he's not really gonna do much. He's just gonna make sure he's in a safe spot within this AP. But he'll look at Locke and be like, "What the fuck are we doing? What should I do?"
Gotta get out, man. We just gotta hope we can make it to the exfil, and we don't have more guys. I don't even know how they knew we were here, so I don't know if we got crossed ourselves here. But hopefully we can just get around this corner and be out.
Okay, I'm going to.
All right. When he says that, Hijack's going to lean out the door and be like, "Just get through. Just take the alley to the next street over. We'll try and pick you up." And he'll just slam the door.
I mean, Heil's not in his suit, right?
He's not in a suit now.
Yeah, so I mean, they're probably focused on us, not him. I mean, we're the ones that have the cases, so we could just tell him just to get the hell out of here.
Well, give me a perception check. Now you mention it, do you have you look around and you count 1, 2 cases?
Which cases do we have?
You'll have to check on your next round.
I mean, so have you let go of your case at all?
Not that I know of. I mean, I had the 1337, so
Motherfucker.
I mean, you were dealing with grenades.
Son of a
Were you doing that
bitch.
one-handed?
Okay. Can I see where this case is? Like, do I notice Heil holding it, or do I see it anywhere?
I mean, if he's got
now that you look at it, it does look like strapped on Hyle's back, that is a very familiar looking object.
Can I raise my gun and fucking just shoot him?
You absolutely can. You may be far away from the snipers, but you're not far from him.
Yeah. I'm gonna raise my very heavy pistol.
Go for it.
And I'm gonna dump all my luck into this. And I'm gonna make a called shot for his head.
Ooh. See, now I thought you were gonna do the same as these guys have done to you, and like go for the leg to stop him making a clean getaway with it. But cold shot for the head. Nice.
Yeah, I'm not, we're not playing any game. As soon as I realize what's going on, Hijack has no fucks to give. So I'm not sure what the called shot and then modifier is, but take.
Shot is -8.
Okay, so my luck negates that.
Yes, you have the luck as well.
And then the
Yeah.
Okay,
+2.
you hit him. Give me some damage. And bearing in mind, anything that gets through is going to be doubled.
Nice.
Okay, so he takes 8 damage to the head.
So he was wearing a
Very
helmet,
nice.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, his armor jack covers the head as well.
And as he
But yeah.
raises his pistol, he's just like, "You you double crossing motherfucker!"
8 damage is nothing to sniff at. That is
To the head.
an extremely good shot. Mm-hmm. Okay. Just double check. Oh, sorry, I saw the green on there, but you've only got 1/6, not 2. I was thinking you might have criticaled him in the head, which would have been more fun. So that slams into the side of Hyle's head as he's running, and he manages to keep his footing, but barely. That hits him and nearly throws him into a wall. He just about keeps on his feet.
He's got the box.
He does. I tried not to give it away, but to give you plenty of perception checks to try and spot it while he was sneaking it away. I didn't want to be unfair, but I didn't want to give away what was going on as well.
I knew it was gonna happen. I just wasn't sure when.
Did you have a second shot with that?
Think
Very heavy
I
pistols or
don't.
just one? Okay.
It's just one.
Yeah, very heavy is 1, and cold shot makes it ROF 1 as well. It's why it's a good combination. Because if you're gonna make a cold shot and only get a single shot as well, you may as well do it with a heavier damage weapon. Okay, so we've just been through. Okay, it's Salvo. He doesn't know what's going on, so he still books it across and just makes it into. He rips open the driver's side door.
It's already open.
Dives. Oh, okay. He just dives straight in it, like flattens himself across the seats, and then pulls it closed, like hooks his foot into the door well and pulls it closed behind him. Doesn't even sit up to do it. Snipers. Don't take any shots. Everyone's in cover. So they hold their actions for now. Plague pulls open the passenger door, climbs in, sitting on top of Salvo, who's still sprawled out across the front seats. New round. You guys are all together. I'm not going to make you take it in turns to discuss. You are all aware of the situation. Heil is... he's only about, like, 30 meters away, like, down the street from the APC. He is to the rear of it. What would you like to do? Laurie, you're up first.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I have a heavy pistol. I guess I would try to take a shot as well.
Okay.
And I'm going to do the same thing. And I'm going to try to take an aim shot to the head. And
Do it.
with all my luck, does anybody in chat land have a +2 for me?
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Let me see how much luck I got.
There you go.
Sweet. Oh, look at that. Thank you.
Aha.
Hunter Gathering and Panda. Nice. All right, so
And
I'm
as I mentioned before, if you want, I will let you burn both of them. That'd be a +4.
okay, absolutely. And all my luck. Where is my let's see. So that's going to be so it can be +8 to the roll. And let's
Make it happen. Let's see.
So it says SMG, but it's still pistol. It's just I don't have the thing for it.
Okay. So you've got a +8 total, was it?
Yep.
Okay. So that is exactly what you need. It's DV25 at that range with a pistol. Yeah, you slam into his head. Give me some damage.
Not a very good roll, but is that 3D?
It should be 4d6, not 2d6.
Why is it only doing 2d6? Yeah,
Because SMG is only 2d6.
well, I changed the value in here. So let me just roll again then.
Yeah. Let me. Or you can roll again, or in the interest of being overly generous, I will let you just roll another 2d6 if you want to add to it.
Yeah, I'll just roll. It's just going to hit the
because
damage
one of
again.
those is a 6. What? That's 3d6 now.
I don't know what's going on. I didn't change anything. I changed it to okay. What's going on?
Need
Let's
just let's get a straight 4d6 roll.
okay. Hold on a second. Let me try this. Is that how this thing works? How do I roll in here?
/roll space 4d6.
Okay, and that 1/6. Do I get to roll
Nice.
again?
No.
No. If you had 2 6s, that would have been a critical.
Oh, okay.
So, but that is a good chunk of damage because he was only on 11 armor, and that was taken down by 1 from the last hit he took to the head. So he takes 8 points through it, which doubles 16. So that is in the past like 2 seconds, Heil has taken 2 bullets in the head, and his armor has slowed it, but they've gone through. He's still up and moving, he's not looking very healthy.
And I'll just shout and he says, "Heil took the box." I guess we all know the situation, so.
And at this point, it is Heil's turn. So you guys have been laying into him. Clearly, the jig is up. He turns around, flicks the selector switch. In fact, no, he doesn't even do it. If you could see closely, the camera would pan in on the selector switch, moving itself as his smart link does the work. Levels his rifle and plants his grenade right through the open rear door of the APC. Everybody, give me a resist torture and drugs check.
There you go, buddy. There's your failure for me.
Where is that under body skills or something?
So we don't get
Here it is.
we don't get to dodge. My reflexes.
You know what? I will if you have reflex 8, I will let you dodge.
Okay. Now, is that an evasion roll?
Yes, that's an evasion check.
All right, perfect. This is why hijack pops before the quest.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
reflex. Oh no.
Yeah. It's good, but it's not good enough. I'm gonna be kind and say because it's not good enough, that you don't manage to. In order to get out of the area, you would have had to dive out of the APC as well, and expose yourself to the sniper fire. But I'm gonna say, Locke, unfortunately, you've got the reflex to make an evasion check.
Probably because
you
of my
would have
leg.
passed anyway. But yeah, I'm not going to burn the +2, but because with your leg, with only being able to move that far, you couldn't move far enough to get out of the area.
No problem. Let's see. Resist torture drugs.
Okay.
So the +2 is that was it?
So
15.
Yeah. So this grenade comes in and bursts into a cloud of choking grey gas, and in the front, Salvo and Plague just slump over on the seats, and you see Hijack cough and sort of slide down the wall. You're the only one awake.
Who, me?
Yep. That +2, that 15, makes you through it.
Oh, God.
You have a fleeing solo who took his shot and then continued to run. You know, I will remind you just in case you've forgotten, you know there are 2 snipers out there who they've not taken a shot in a few seconds. They're clearly waiting for a target. What do you want to do? And I will let if you feel like you're stumped, I'm going to introduce a new option since this is the season finale, and say you can choose to burn a number of the +2 bonuses. You specify the number, and I will pick something that happens. If you let's call it what it is, a Deus Ex Machina button, which has a variable level of impact on what happens. So if you can't think of anything to do, or anything that will resolve the situation the way you want, you can choose to burn some of those bonuses, and something narrative will happen.
I mean, we gotta. I'm gonna pull. My guy's still pretty strong, so I would pull. Salvo out of the seat, and I'm gonna try to drive the vehicle at Heil.
Okay. So you pull Salvo out of the seat, you climb in, you start up the engine. You're not going to get to him this round. Well, actually, no. Give me a drive check. If you get something exceptional, then maybe you will push it beyond its capabilities and get to him this round.
Where's that skill? Control. Here you go. So it'd be a 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough to, you competently drive this thing, but you're reversing it down the street, and unless you want to pull a 180, but that will take time in itself. So you are closing on him. You're obviously moving faster than he is, but you're not up to him yet.
Okay, and I'm gonna have my Kendachi Mono 3. As I'm driving, I'm gonna kind of just have it sitting next to me on the passenger seat.
Okay, cool. Heil sees you coming, sees that there's no way for him to get to you in the APC, because he fired that grenade through the open back door. Now that you've pulled up closer to him, he doesn't have that angle to do that anymore. So he takes a look around. Okay. He was obviously heading for the next side street along. He doesn't have time to get there before you'll overtake him. So he dives through the window of this building next to him, which is it's a Chinese restaurant. So he just dives straight through the plate glass window. He's fine. His armor takes it. He looks like he's going to get a bit scratched up, but doesn't have much effect. So he is now in there. He hits the ground, rolls, and continues making his way. He's like making a beeline for the back of the restaurant, but he's still in that front open space. Now, there isn't anyone in there. It should be, you guys are doing this. You're up to maybe 20 past, 7:30 in the morning. So the place isn't open yet. So I'm not being a total dick. It is not full of customers, but that's where he's gone. The snipers have no targets, so what's your call?
I guess. Um, hmm.
There are calls in the chat from Rob to ram the building, and that seems to be a popular option.
Yeah, I mean, I could just drive the APC straight through. I mean, I got the body to take. I mean, my guy's pretty durable. So I'm just gonna drive that APC right through the front window.
Do it. Give me a drive check. You slam through the window. It's not difficult. It's like a prefab building. Give me some damage.
Let's see. So let's just do it here. Slash roll 6d6.
Yeah, you crash straight through that wall. And you come to a crunching stop. Yeah, I think this, much as it's built for sort of tough terrain, it's going up a bit into the level of this building, so it doesn't get stuck necessarily, but it eats its way through part of the building, and then it can only go so far like that. Comes to a stop, and you're looking up at Heil stood on the window.
On the what? So where is he?
Stood on the front window of the APC.
So he jumped on it or something?
As you came in, he basically jumped on top of the vehicle.
Okay. Hmm.
And he will then okay. He runs straight over the top of the APC, jumps off the back of it, and he's running out back into the street over the top of the vehicle, and then looks back and fires another grenade through that open back door.
Guy's like fucking
Give
RoboCop,
it.
man.
Solos are fucking nasty, man. Give me another resist torture and drugs. He's money hungry.
There's my sheet.
Giving you bonuses to keep you awake, dude. Nice. With the bonuses, you choke through that gas. You are still up and around.
I mean, I can't chase the guy. I mean, he's apparently got 2 bullets in his head. It's just running around like a madman. I guess the only thing I can really do is shoot him. Uh,
He's a lot closer now if you want to shoot him. And he had an angle through that door, so you have the same angle.
um, yeah,
Give
I don't.
me a perception check while you're just to see if I give you some extra information that may or not impact what you're doing.
Oh no, apparently I don't see anything.
Okay.
Ram. Ram.
I don't really have the APC anymore. It's stuck.
Oh no, it's still it couldn't go further forwards easily. It did come to a stop, but it's an APC and it's prefab building. If you want to try and reverse over him, go for it.
What a horrible time to have a coughing fit.
Whilst
Yeah,
unconscious.
ram his
yes.
ass.
Not
Yeah,
that
I mean,
kind of show.
yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'll try to give it a shot. I mean, he just keeps shooting me with this thing through the back window. So, yeah, I'll do that. All right. So where's land vehicle here?
Okay. Right. You reverse out and go straight for him. He rolls almost like he was expecting you to do it. Rolls off to the side. Unfortunately, you're not even close to catching him. This motherfucker is too dodgy.
Okay.
What's your look score?
4.
Give me a D10 and add 4.
Okay. Um, so 11.
Okay. You notice as you're just looking around for any option, you notice that Plague's medical bag, which is stuffed to the brim with anything that might be of help in an emergency situation, is open, and uh, you can see 3 syringes there, clearly marked epinephrine, and you think, well, you don't have all the medical knowledge in the world, but it's fairly common knowledge what epinephrine is. Maybe it might not kill people.
Hmm.
Just throwing that option out there.
Okay.
So you tried to reverse over Heil. He dodged out the way. You spotted those syringes at the same time, and you can see he's now heading. He's now heading across the street. He's heading to the alleyway next to the building that those snipers were firing from. So they were at the far end of this building, and now that you look, you can see that they're also running closer towards you. They've they've moved from their firing positions and are running further along the building towards you.
All right.
What do you want to do?
Um,
He spent his action just double moving, booking it away from you.
yeah, I'm not doing very good on my own, so I guess I'll take the in for an effort, and then I'll just gonna grab him and then jab one into Salvo, and then jab one into Hijack.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can do that with your turn. Do you have any kind of? Well, you'll have at least first aid, won't you? Give me first aid checks.
Okay. Mm. I always have to find them in the list. Here we go.
Under technique.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. You take needle in each hand, and you think you've seen it in film, so it must be accurate. You slam this artificial adrenaline straight into their hearts, and both of them, as you don't have to press plungers; they're just sort of auto injectors. So you slam them in, and it releases, and both of them sit bolt upright.
Wakey, wakey.
Fuck. Oh, what the fuck?
So Hyle's still on the run.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope you
And
got any more of that Coke.
and it's now Hyle's turn again. He ducks into that alley. He's now out of your view for the moment. You know he can't be far in there. Like the distance, he's probably only like 6-8 meters into the alley. But you can't draw a bead on him at this moment. Hijack.
He's just gonna
You're
yell.
awake. You burn everywhere.
He's gonna yell drive and reach down into his pack or one of his pouches he's got and immediately put on the anti-smog mask he's got,
Good plan.
and that's his turn.
Okay. Salvo is next up. He isn't quite sure what's going on, but you say drive, so he drives.
Well,
He did you indicate a direction?
I shouted
Drive
that.
after, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'd be like, drive after him.
I'm gonna give him a perception check because he's
Yeah.
literally he's been unconscious this entire time.
Yeah. And I
Okay,
shouted
yeah.
Hyle's running out. I mean, I was pointing in the direction, or Hyle's on the run, or
Yeah, but he was waking up in the front seat, and Hyle was like out of view down an alley. Uh, but he works it out quick enough, and he starts backing the APC up rapidly in the direction of that alley. And let's see. Yeah, he then does a sharp like a bootlegger's turn, flips it round 180, so it's now front facing the alley. That's his go. And you catch at the top of the building the two people who previously were raining sniper fire down on you. You see them, they seem like they're just diving off the building until you see rappel lines attached to them. And they're going down into that same alley that Heil disappeared into. Plague is still unconscious, so does nothing. Lock.
I guess I would. We're driving towards the vehicle. We're driving towards the alleyway. How far away are we from the alleyway?
Not far at all. You're 10, 15 meters. It's once the vehicle's moving, it's going to be pretty much no distance.
Okay. All right. I guess I would. I'll grab my Kendachi Mono 3 and I'm going to call Travis and ask him where he's at.
Okay. You call Travis, and he comes back with, "I'm almost on top of you." And now that he says that, you can just hear on the edge of your hearing, you can actually hear the engines of the AV4.
Okay, and I'm going to say, we got someone running down with our package. I'm going to say, looks like our solo got greedy. Do you have guns on that thing that you can shoot?
I do. You know they're not cheap, but we discussed this before.
Say, so he's taking 2 bullets to the head. I can't imagine it's going to take too much more.
Well, that's fine, but I'm not sharpshooting with my chain gun.
If he rips him up with those guns, whatever box he's holding is fucked.
You can take out maybe the guys that are rappelling down then. So as Hijack, I'm assuming, says that, I'll say, well then, second thought, why don't you get those guys rappelling down? And that'll be, I guess, my action.
Okay. So that's your action. Heil does something you can't see in the alleyway. Hijack.
I take it we're still not to the alley, right? Then in that
No, you'll
case,
be moving on Salvo's turn.
he is
He's
going
after you.
to look around for the first aid bag and grab that last needle and jam it into medic or black plague,
Mhm.
and
Give me a
just
first aid check.
yeah, while he's doing this, he's gonna bark at everyone to put on their masks. And first,
Yep, that's plenty for what you need. So yeah, with a +2, that brings it up to enough. Yeah, he snaps up awake and starts groggily, like, fumbling for his mask, which is on his belt. Salvo, in the meantime, drives straight towards the alley, and this is quite an old part of town, so you don't think this APC is going to make it down the alley. Then you realize that that's Salvo's exact intention, and he just rams into the two walls at the side of the alley and lodges it in there. He's blocked the entire thing. And down the alley, you can see there's another SUV there is a guy at the wheel. Heil is sat in the back seat. You can just see him there, and there's another guy next to him. And you think those two people in the vehicle may be the two who seconds ago were rappelling down the side of the building.
Fuck.
So there's there's the SUV, and then there's the guys are coming down, rappelling down.
But the guys that were rappelling down, you didn't see what they did after they went down there, and there are two people in the SUV, but from the way that they're dressed, the fact that they have there are large rifles sticking out of the car windows because they've not had time to arrange anything, and the fact that you don't see anyone else, you're guessing that they are the two who were rappelling down the building. They just sort of came straight down on speed-wise. So, Locke, what do you want to do, man? Although, while you're considering your options, at the far end of the alley, over the buildings, pops Travis's AV4. So you're at one end of an alley, AV4 is hovering over the other end, and this SUV is in the middle.
Yes, I would. I mean, there's no other way out of this alley by vehicle except for the way that we've just jammed, right?
The vehicle, unless they can climb straight up the sheer walls, there's no fire escapes in this alley. There's nothing but sheer walls, two entrances, one of which has an AV4 above it, one of it is thoroughly blocked by your APC.
I mean, I guess I would just try to get out of the APC and try to take a firing position, like kind of down the alleyway. I don't really know what else to do here. I mean, Travis has got the guns that he can shoot at the vehicle. I'm open to options, guys. I don't really have much.
Okay. Well, you take up a firing position. Are you readying an action for anything?
I mean, if I can take a shot, I'll take a shot at the driver in this SUV.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
It's just a regular SUV. It's not an armored vehicle or anything. That'll do it.
All right, and I don't know if this thing's gonna be messed up again. So let me just
Uh,
do this.
Is this? Sorry, is this your SMG or is it the heavy pistol?
It'd be the
Oh,
SMG.
very heavy, wasn't it?
Yeah, the SMG.
SMG. Okay.
And then I guess the second shot.
Second shot. Mm-hmm. Damage.
Does that work this time?
You sort of
Yeah. Okay.
pepper the thing with a couple of rounds. They're on target, but they're going through a windshield and then into they are wearing some level of armor, so it's not really having that much impact. These like 9mm rounds, once they've been through the windshield and the armor, but you were hitting. So at this point, Heil from the back seat pops just like his head and shoulder and elbow out the window with his AR and just screams down the alley at you. Stand off, hippies. What do you want to do? That thing opens up, you get nothing. He says, indicating the AV4 behind him. He's clearly recognized the same thing that Hijack did, which is that he's essentially treating that case as body armor. He thinks there's no way the chain gun's gonna actually open up because it will take out what you're there for. Or does he? Hijack, you're next.
So he will be changing a magazine in his very heavy pistol as he leans out the window and just yells, "Fuck you!" And he's going to aim for the engine block of their SUV with his incendiary ammo.
Okay. Okay, that'll hit. I mean,
Not
that buries itself into the vehicle. You don't really see much outside effect at the minute. The engine's running and you can still hear it running.
All right, that's my turn.
Okay. Salvo doesn't really know what to do at this point. He takes his shotgun and sort of puts it out of one of the gun ports, but probably wouldn't have the best effect trying to fire it one-handed. But maybe it's more for intimidation purposes than anything else. And Plague is looking around to see like if anyone's physically injured and jumps over towards Locke and starts, while you've got a bit of a break, he's like he clearly wants to fix up your leg, but he doesn't want to get out of the car.
Mm.
So he's waiting just inside, and since you only just went out, he stabs you with a speed heal. Because he can't like get out to do a full setting of your leg and everything. That would be a bit much. But he just reaches out, stabs you in the arm with it, and or directing the leg with it, and that's going to clear up some. How many hit points damage did you take? It wasn't many, was it?
I think 13.
You took 13. Okay, now.
I think I got. I
Okay.
think I got 2 hits. So.
All right. Well, you get back 9 of those.
Okay.
So, in hit points terms, you're not that badly off. And it is your go.
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna shout. I'm say I'm perfectly fine to pick through the pieces, and I'm gonna tell Travis to light him up.
Okay. You do that. Travis has been holding his action, waiting for this. Okay. Right. So the chain gun opens up and it tears through that vehicle. You see Heil, who is super fucking quick. He sees the expression on your face and reacts to it before you even speak to Travis. But he gets out the door of the car and then just has this moment of realization that there's nowhere to fucking go. There is no space that's not going to be filled with bullets, and it shreds straight through the vehicle. Both the guys within are paste, and Heil collapses to the ground. Give me a D10 plus your luck again.
We got a +2.
Yeah, you can use that on this, definitely.
Sweet. So that'll be 10, 12.
That'll do it. So bullets rain down. You're talking maybe a second and a half burst, but easily 100 rounds got dropped in that time. And yet somehow, as you walk over to Heil's body, I mean it's still twitching, but there is the case. And it's taken a couple of nicks, some of the paint scratched, but there is nothing through it. You lucky bastard.
I'm gonna. Let's see. I'm gonna ask Travis if he sees anybody on top of the rooftops next to us. And I guess does the case look like it's been like open? Does it have a latch that's been broken off? Like, is it brute force
No,
into?
the electronic lock is the case has only been out of your guys' possession for maybe 30 seconds. He's not. There's nothing has happened to it. The electronic lock is still in place. You pick it up, it still feels like it weighs the same as it did previously.
Okay.
We gotta go. Let's get to the roof. Tell him to light this van up too.
Yeah. Yeah. As we're doing that, I'm gonna check the entrance of the alleyway. where we kind of rammed the Rav4 kind of into, or the APC into, and I'm just gonna kind of look and see if is there like trash cans or any of that kind of stuff that's there. Is there a dumpster or anything?
Yeah, there are various. It's an alleyway. It has random bags of trash. There are dumpsters. Uh,
Okay,
Plenty
I'm
of
just
random objects.
yeah, I'm just gonna kind of just do a quick kind of cursory look. Just lift open the dumpster, look inside. If there's any bags I can tell to be moved around, I'm just gonna kind of look. Um, I saw him do something. I wasn't sure, so I just want to check and make sure he didn't like do a switch. Even though this case looks identical, it feels the same. Obviously, I don't think he's had time to do a switch on us. He didn't. I mean, they didn't even know
Uh,
what the case looked like to do a switch. Um,
just, just to clarify, in case I said something that wasn't quite clear, when I said that Hyle was doing something you couldn't see in the alley, that was because he was out of your line of view and he was getting into the vehicle.
okay.
If
Okay.
you guys hadn't made the recovery, he would have, once they got into the vehicle, they would have been off, and it would have been a matter of, if you can't chase them down, they're gone.
All right. Well, then in the efforts of this being a longer session, I will not draw out searching, doing some silly things that are probably
Yeah,
not necessary
yeah.
then.
With,
So
without rolling, I will tell you it's not necessary. There is nothing to find there.
okay. Um, so I guess what's left in this case is to blow the APC.
Yeah. Again, as long as you're willing to pay for the rounds, Travis is happy to do that. You could, or you can set the grenades like you were going to do previously. Either is an
Um,
option,
we'll
or
we'll
both.
pay we'll pay for the rounds just because I want to get the hell out of here. So I'll let the grenades do their own thing when he blows that thing to the high health. So we got the bodies in there. We have two of the suits. Um, I think that's good.
Okay. At this point, you make your,
And the cases.
yeah, yes, you have all
We
three
didn't leave one
cases.
behind this time in the van that got blown up.
Uh, well, you didn't leave one behind before. It was
Uh,
just somebody was rolling stealth checks to sneak one away while you were dealing with explosives, and you guys were making quite good perception checks, just not good enough for that
so,
sneaky bastard solo.
I'll be.
Right.
Thanks, Hank.
You make your getaway clean. And so what are you doing from this point forward? Just run through what you're doing.
I'm going to ask if everyone's okay for one. Check the everyone's in one piece besides Heil, which is now Swiss cheese. Um,
I think we're all good, man.
so
Hijack's just gonna slump against the wall and just kind of like put his head between his knees a little bit.
Plague
and
sets your leg with a very unhappy expression on his face.
so I guess I'm going to I guess we have the burners. It's going to kind of toss them out the window onto the wreckage. But before I do, it's just going to say encounter resistance under fire, and then I'm just going to throw the transponder or the agents. We're going to throw them in on top of the burning SUV or the burning APC.
Good, good. Okay. If there's nothing specific that you want to do, you guys make your escape at that point. You have staged the scene quite well. You even have some attackers. Very obliging of them to provide those. And you've got one of your genuine team's bodies there as well, just as icing on the cake.
Where are we gonna go hide out, man? What's your next step in this plan? I put a lot of trust in you with this whole resistance thing. I
Um,
I'm willing to help, but
yeah,
please tell me you've got something.
we got the warehouse.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And I'll contact. I guess it's clear. It's Alt now, and let her know that we're ready to make the drop.
Wait, let me look at this thing before we make this drop.
I'm gonna kind of look at you, kind of at the side, and I'm just gonna kind of shrug and hand you the case. We've been through
Go
hell,
on.
man. So
Let him see his precious.
um,
He's going to inspect this case. He's gonna look for some kind of interface that he can check this out with.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll at this point because you have the time and you have the pluses as well. So the case itself is just it's another one of the same single shot uh, electrical charge traps that was left on the cabinets. But there's nothing. There isn't the large architecture that existed on those. It's just literally you've got to get through a password and control node and then open it.
He's got one data chip left, and he's gonna look for a port, and he's just gonna pull whatever files he can in whatever time they have before they get to this rendezvous point.
From what's inside?
Yeah.
Okay. So you open it up, and inside the briefcase is what looks essentially like an old style laptop. You open it up, and it looks fairly unremarkable. There's what looks like a biometric reader on the case, and yeah, just looks like a laptop with a small antenna attachment. You use the data chip to gather whatever information you can, and you can analyze that at a later date.
so Locke kind of sees you doing this and says, "I hope you know what you're doing."
To be honest, I can almost guarantee you that whatever this hardware is crucial to making this work. I doubt what I'm gonna pull off this is much more than logs or information about the system itself.
Okay, and I'll
I
just
really regret getting rid of this, but I guess there's things that are more important now.
yeah, and I'll just nod and I'll say, "Well, I also trust you."
Okay. And I think if there are no objections, then you guys are free and clear to your desired ending. So we are going to wrap there.
And as we
You
are
can,
flying off into the sunset, Locke is going to light a cigar. He's going to say, "I love it when a plan comes together."
of course,
Come on, A team.
get none no AVs for sucker.
All right.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So yeah, we can sort out the details of what you guys do in the intervening time and where we're going to be picking up for season 2 when we do the session 0 next week. Thank you everybody who stuck through an epically long session. I do normally keep this to like 3 hours or just over, but I really didn't want to kind of steamroller anybody and not let them get to what they wanted to do, and I wanted that double cross because it was fun.
You
So
know
yeah,
what pisses me off? As soon as we hopped in the AV, as soon as we hopped in the APC, part of me was like, I should find Black Plague's trank gun and just fucking trank the shit out of High All because I know he's gonna pull some shit.
what can I say? Some people are very money motivated. In a different world, he would be like a mobile phone salesperson, or he'd be a recruitment consultant or some bullshit. In this world, he kills people for money.
Oh
Okay,
man, what a fucking session, man. Thank you,
Yeah, it's
Panda.
crazy. It was crazy, man. Good way
uh,
to end it.
I hope you had fun and that it didn't feel like I was trying to frustrate you too much. I just try and give you challenges. I'm not here to ruin your fun. And as I said, thank you to everyone who watched. Thank you to everyone who applied to join either this game or the upcoming Friday game as well. Uh, it it really was appreciated. We did have far more applications than there were player spaces, so I've made the teams as big as I could. If you didn't get through, it is in no way a bad thing. It was just there were, much like anything, many more applications than we could take. So thank you very much for taking the time to do that. Uh, Anyone who missed the announcements, then I'm going to be messaging people directly. I message everyone who applied, whether or not they got through, and if you want any feedback as to the decision making on that, I'm more than happy to do it. I think it's the least I can do. Thank you for coming and watching us play. Thank you for watching everything we do on Cyberpunk Uncensored.
Thank
There's
you,
not just this
everyone.
game. There are many other games going on here. We've got live play, we've got artists, we've got GM discussions. We have obviously Rob's awesome streams because he's now not only doing games on here, he's also running the Sirenscape official game, which is pretty freaking cool. With some brilliant players on there. Not that mine aren't as well. I love you guys.
Thursday at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, every Thursday for
Thank
Rob's
you.
game. Yeah.
So yeah, please do come back and watch season 2 of Choombas and watch the Friday night game that's going to be starting up, which is yet to be named. I try and give the players some input on that before I just make my dictatorial decision. Let's see. Is there anything else that I need to run through other than saying I'm Matt, GM Reservoir Panda, and I run games. I'll try and run games. As you've seen, I do it here, and I'm trying to do other games on Twitch as well when I get my life organized and my internet connection working. Hi, Jack. Who are you? What do you do?
Hey y'all, my name's Hijack, Jedi of the Gray on Discord. I don't really do much. I do stream sometimes. You might have noticed me in chat. Hunter Gathering Hub. I stream Monster Hunter gameplay when I do. Mostly just when I'm playing. I'm not very serious about it. Not looking for any subscribers or anything. But if you enjoy that game, be sure to leave a follow or something because I'm fairly decent at it. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in, guys. It was a really fun one.
Cool, thank you. And Locke, tell us about you and your latest awesome projects.
So I'm sure you mentioned, but just a reminder, we will be back here, even though this is the season finale. We'll be back here with session 0 of the next season Sunday. So we're not taking a break or anything. So we'll be right back here, same time. same place with the new set of characters, which I'm very excited to have some new players joining us. And so I stream blacksmithing, beekeeping, falconry, and mead brewing live on Twitch. I recently just finished a wrought iron wand where I'd actually added some skulls, some hand forged skulls with which I've been given to a shop as part of their grand reopening project. You can check that out on my Instagram at Burroughs Forge. Came out pretty cool. It's like an ironwood wand with a wrought iron. So we have a good time. Always happy to see you guys Tuesday nights and Thursday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and Saturday mornings at 9:30 a.m. ish Eastern Standard Time.
Cool. Thank you very much.
I gotta have you make me a knife, man.
We occasionally make knives. Yeah, definitely got to make more of them though. I'm not really much a knife guy. I like making other crazy stuff, but
Brilliant. And as always, check out the Cyberpunk Uncensored website, Discord. Check out all our awesome sponsors: Sirenscape, R.Talsorian Games, Roll20. I think we've got many more. Frag Maps, Lion Banner Games. You can find lists and links to all their awesome content in the. I'm always going to plug the Discord 90,000 times because I love that place and there are some brilliant people on there. And the mods are great because I'm one of them. That's not the only reason, obviously. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming and for, as I say, sticking through the double length session. I knew we might go over a bit, but I didn't anticipate that. So, yeah, my bad. Yeah, it's been a great time. I hope you've enjoyed season one. And if you've missed any of it, you can go back and catch it all on YouTube or on the Twitch VOD. And then come back next week as we get kicked off with season two. You can meet the new additions to this crew and find out what happened with the mysterious tech that was recovered. And also, you can see on Friday night, as we said, the new team starting up. We'll have session 0 for that and find out who those crazy people will be. Thank you. Love you all. Have a good night.
Bye.
see you guys.